Chapter 41-29. Great Shift Art. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he used the Great Shift Art. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the divine pagoda in the next moment, staring at it coldly. This is the top ancient witchcraft art, the Great Shift Art. How do you know it too? A shocked voice came from the divine pagoda. Other than the overall name being different, the specific name is the same. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, but his body did not stop as he continued to attack the divine pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out as the divine pagoda shook violently. Then cracks appeared on it. The divine pagoda was still no match for Lu Ming. Not long after, the divine pagoda exploded and turned into a secret skill rune. However, this secret technique talisman still had its own consciousness and was still trying to escape. Clearly, its consciousness had not been completely destroyed. Swoosh. Lu Ming stretched out his big hand and grabbed it. The taboo power condensed into a big hand and grabbed the secret skill rune in his hand. Then the taboo power seeped into it, wanting to obliterate the other party's spiritual intelligence. You'll die a horrible death. The ancient witchcraft shrine will not let you go. The divine pagoda roared and cursed angrily. Tell me, how many experts are there in the ancient witchcraft shrine? How many of them are like you, transformed by ancient witchcraft? Lu Ming asked. So what if I tell you? The ancient witchcraft shrine has 800 experts transformed by ancient witchcraft. I'm the weakest among them. The others are all stronger than me. You'd better let me go, or you won't be able to escape death. A loud roar came from the divine pagoda. When the divine pagoda heard Lu Ming's question, he thought that Lu Ming was afraid. Naturally, he would not hide it and mentioned how many experts there were in the ancient witchcraft shrine, hoping to intimidate Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming only wanted to ask and had no intention of letting the divine pagoda go. Boom. Lu Ming's taboo power completely destroyed the divine pagoda's spirituality, leaving behind a simple secret skill rune. 800 living beings transformed by ancient witchcraft. From what I heard, they should have reached the God Emperor realm. This is a terrifying force. It seems like I have to think about the witchcraft shrine. Lu Ming thought. 800 emperor gods. This was definitely a terrifying force. Moreover, the strongest among them had a very high cultivation level. Although Lu Ming had powerful weapons such as the Gale Bead and the mysterious Ice Rod, it was impossible for him to contend with powerful emperor gods. It was obviously impossible to charge into the ancient sorcerer shrine directly. That would be courting death. Moreover, the other party had already received the news. It would not be long before they would send a large number of experts to hunt him down. He needed to think carefully about what to do next. In the end, Lu Ming decided to stay in the vicinity of West Raven City and observe. He wanted to see if the experts sent by the ancient witchcraft shrine were strong. If they were too strong, he would not make a move. If they were not too strong, he would make a move and kill them. After making up his mind, Lu Ming flew toward West Raven City. Soon West Raven City appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not plan to enter West Raven City. Instead, he found a secluded place to hide. Let's see if the ancient secret skill rune can be directly fused into my cells. Lu Ming thought, and a secret skill rune appeared in his hand. It was the secret skill rune of the Great God Pagoda technique. Lu Ming could not wait to try it out. He wanted to see if the ancient mystic skill runes could be integrated directly into his cells and be used by him. Without hesitation, Lu Ming directly fused the secret skill rune into a cell. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. The secret skill rune had successfully fused into his cell. Lu Ming could feel that as long as he thought about it, he would be able to operate it. But the next moment, Lu Ming frowned again. He realized that the level of mastery of the Great God Pagoda technique was not right. Previously, when he fused the secret skill runes of the ordinary secret skills into his cells, he directly reached the greater mastery stage. But now, Lu Ming could only unleash the power of the Great God Pagoda technique at the entry level. What's going on? Is it because the ancient secret skill is harder to cultivate? Or is it because the cultivation of the creatures created by the Great God Pagoda technique is not high enough? Lu Ming frowned and guessed. But he could not figure it out at the moment. He could only experiment after obtaining more secret skill runes. This is? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He had made a new discovery. The secret skill rune formed by the Great God Pagoda technique merged with his cells. All of a sudden, an extremely pure force permeated the air and instantly surged into all his cells. Lu Ming discovered that his taboo force had actually strengthened by a notch. It can also increase my cultivation. Lu Ming was a little surprised at first, then he was overjoyed. He realized that his cultivation level had increased. The distance between him and the 8th godly emperor layer was shortened. The ordinary secret skill runes did not have such benefits. Could it be that only the ancient secret skill runes had such benefits? Lu Ming could not help but feel even more excited. Just like that, Lu Ming waited there. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he quickly withdrew his qi, because a dozen figures had suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Those silhouettes were standing in the void. They were wearing robes of different colors and emitted powerful qi. Their qi was very similar to that of the old man from the sorcerer's shrine, who was the creature created by the Great God Pagoda technique. They were all great supreme gods. There was a burning glow in Lu Ming's eyes. These 10 over-god thearchs were most likely evolved from the primordial secret skills. In Lu Ming's eyes, there were more than 10 primordial secret skills. As long as he could kill all of them, he would be able to master more than 10 primordial secret skills. However, Lu Ming was just thinking about it. He did not attack, because he did not know the exact cultivation level of those great supreme gods. If they only had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, Lu Ming would be confident. With the first grade celestial armor, the Zephyr Pearl, and the mysterious ice rod, Lu Ming was not afraid of them. But if they had the strength of the third great supreme god layer, it would be hard to say. Lu Ming did not know how big the gap was between each level of the great supreme god layer. The strongest person he had faced so far was only at the first great supreme god layer. He did not know how strong a second great supreme god layer was. But the gap between each level of the great supreme god layer was definitely much greater than the divine emperor layer. Lu Ming estimated that even if he had the mysterious ice rod, he would not be able to defeat a third great supreme god layer expert. And the first grade celestial armor could only block a third great supreme god layer attack. Then what? He could only run for his life. Therefore, before he could figure out their cultivation level, Lu Ming did not plan to attack. Those great supreme gods of the sorcerer's shrine carefully looked around. Then their figures flashed and they rushed into the West Raven City. Lu Ming guessed that they had gone to the Sheng clan to inquire about him. Chapter 4130. Lu Ming waited patiently for a while. Not long after, the envoys of the Witch God Temple left West Crow City and disappeared into the sky. After that, Lu Ming sneaked into West Crow City. He mainly wanted to see if the Sheng family was alright. After all, he didn't want to implicate the Sheng family. Fortunately, after entering West Crow City, he found that the Sheng family was fine. Lu Ming felt relieved and left West Crow City again. However, not long after Lu Ming left West Crow City, an unforeseen event occurred. Swish! The void split open and a snow-white blade light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was extremely powerful. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming burst out with his full strength. His body emitted a dazzling light as he punched out. Boom! There was a violent explosion. That snow-white blade light was blocked by Lu Ming. At the same time, 2 terrifying attacks came from Lu Ming's left and right. They attacked Lu Ming. Not only that, after the attacks from the left and right sides were launched, an attack also erupted from the back, crushing toward Lu Ming. Danger! Extreme danger! The attacks from the left and right were still fine. Lu Ming could still deal with them. He judged that the attacks from the left and right should be from someone in the first layer of the Great God Realm. However, the attack from behind was too powerful. It was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the attack from someone in the first layer of the Great God Realm. Second layer of the Great God Realm. Lu Ming judged that the attack from behind should be from someone in the second layer of the Great God Realm. Lu Ming knew that with his own strength, he was definitely not a match for someone in the second layer of the Great God Realm. He couldn't block it. However, Lu Ming had many treasures on him. With a thought, The first-grade celestial armor on his body was activated. The first-grade celestial armor emitted a layer of light, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from the left, right, and back all landed on the first-grade celestial armor's light shield. With 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 attacks were blocked. They didn't break through the armor. However, the attack from behind was too powerful. Although it was blocked, there was still a terrifying force pushing Lu Ming forward. Lu Ming's body crashed into a middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back. Lu Ming flew out for a distance of hundreds of miles before he could stabilize himself. Swish, swish, swish. There were more than 10 figures around him, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. These figures were none other than the Sorcerer God's Temple's people who had appeared in West Crow City earlier. Brat, let's see where you can run to now. Swish. Swish. Brat, tell me, where are your accomplices? Do you have any accomplices who came in with you? Teacher, tell me. Another voice sounded. It came from an old man with pitch-black skin and demonic chi all over his body. What a familiar aura. Lu Ming felt that the old man's aura was familiar. It was the same old man who had attacked him from behind. He was a second-layer Emperor God Realm cultivator. More importantly, the old man's aura reminded him of the Great Demonic Sword Technique. Could it be that this old man was the Great Demonic Sword Technique? How did you find me? Lu Ming didn't answer the old man's question. Instead, he asked another question. It's easy to find you. You have the aura of the outside world. As long as we can capture a trace of your aura, we can refine a tracking treasure. Finding you is easy. The dark-skinned old man who seemed to be the Great Demonic Sword Technique said coldly. Could it be those secret techniques? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recalled that there were some secret techniques among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques that were very good at tracking and capturing. Perhaps those secret techniques were the reason why they could find Lu Ming. Swish. I'll give you one more chance. Speak. Where is your partner? Also, how did you get in? Where is the entrance? If you tell me everything, I can leave you with a complete corpse. The dark-skinned old man was the Great Demonic Sword Technique. If you want to know, you'll have to defeat me first, said Lu Ming. Then the Zephyr bead appeared in his hand. After observing for a moment, Lu Ming realized that there were no stronger cultivators among those people. None of them had the strength of the third Great Supreme God Layer. The strongest one had the strength of the second Great Supreme God Layer. None of them had the strength of the third Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming was relieved. He wanted to try and see if he could kill all of them. Little boy, since you want to die, I'll help you. Attack and kill him. Leave his soul behind. Then we'll find a way to know his secret. The Great Demonic Sword Technique waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen people know more than a dozen ancient secret techniques, attacked at the same time. They transformed into different secret techniques and attacked Lu Ming. As expected, they're all ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He activated the Celestial Soldier Armor's defense and blocked all the attacks. Then the Zephyr wind inside the Zephyr bead whistled and turned into a wind blade. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. One of the ancient secret techniques exploded and turned into a talisman. A first Great Supreme God Layer ancient secret technique was instantly killed by Lu Ming. Of course, he was instantly killed by the energy inside the Zephyr bead. A part of it is missing. Lu Ming was startled. He had consumed a lot of energy from the Zephyr bead. The Zephyr wind inside the Zephyr bead was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, the Zephyr wind inside the Zephyr bead was limited and could not be replenished. Especially with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, each time he used it, it consumed a lot of energy. If it continued like this, it would not last long. However, a great weapon was meant to be used. If it was not used at a critical moment, how could it be called a great weapon? Die! Shouted Lu Ming. He used the Great Divine Wind technique to the maximum, and used all his strength to draw the energy from the Zephyr bead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Zephyr wind turned into a tornado. It whistled and swept towards the dozen ancient secret techniques. Although the tornado was not as powerful as the wind blade, it covered a large area. It could envelop all the ancient secret techniques. Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer couldn't resist it. They were constantly attacked by the tornado and were severely injured. Even though the ancient secret techniques were not made of flesh and blood, they still contained life essence. At that moment, after being injured, their life essence was rapidly shrinking. Their chi was quickly weakening and their strength was rapidly decreasing. Among the dozen ancient secret techniques, there were only 2 that were relatively strong. One was the Great Demonic Sword technique. He turned into a pitch-black demonic sword and slashed across the sky. Sword lights kept colliding with the tornado. At that moment, the tornado was blocked. As for the other person, it was hard to tell what kind of ancient secret technique he was using. He turned into a beam of light and his power was terrifying. He could easily cut open the sky and block the tornado. Both of them had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. Chapter 41-31. Only 2 of them had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, while the others had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. First great supreme god layer cultivators couldn't block the strong winds. As the power of a tornado weakened, Lu Ming pulled out another one. He did not feel the pinch at all. Even though he couldn't kill the cultivators of the first great supreme god layer instantly, he could make their injuries worse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming continuously drew out 7 strong gusts of wind. Those first level 1 Emperor God primordial secret skills were severely injured. Their auras were extremely weak. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Every cell in his body was trembling. He activated his combat ability to the extreme. His body dashed out like a meteor. Boom! An ancient secret skill was blasted apart by Lu Ming, turning into a secret skill rune. Lu Ming grabbed it in his hand and put it into his storage ring. He had already obtained 2 ancient secret technique runes in a row. Lu Ming didn't stop. After killing one, he moved on to the next one. Those first-level Emperor God primordial secret skills were extremely weak after being severely injured. They could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. Lu Ming dashed forward and destroyed another ancient secret technique. It turned into a talisman and was put away by Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. Within a breath's time, Lu Ming destroyed 6 types of primordial mystic skills. At that moment, the remaining ancient secret techniques were panicking. Let's go. This little boy has a terrifying weapon. We have to send the news back. Retreat! Shouted the 2 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. They ordered the others to retreat. However, how could Lu Ming let them retreat? Lu Ming used all his strength to summon the energy in the Zephyr Pearl and create a barrier around him to prevent the ancient secret techniques from retreating. Boom boom boom. The 2 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer were really strong. They were much stronger than the cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. They weren't injured at all. When their attacks landed on the barrier, it shook violently and a crack appeared. However, the cultivators of the first great supreme god layer weren't that strong. They couldn't break the barrier at all. Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. Each time he flickered, a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer would be destroyed and turn into a talisman, which fell into Lu Ming's hand. After a while, the remaining cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were all killed by Lu Ming. At that moment, the 2 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer had already broken the barrier and were flying away. You want to leave? Lu Ming's gaze was cold and there was a strange fluctuation in his body. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. It was the transference skill. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the great demonic sword art. The Zephyr Pearl whistled and turned into a wind blade, attacking the great demon sword technique. Demonic sword rampage, break for me! Shouted the great demon sword technique. His sword became 10,000 zhang long and slashed at the wind blade. Boom! When the 2 attacks collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted, and a terrifying shockwave was stirred up. Then the gale wind blade collapsed. However, the demon sword was also shaken violently and was blown away. A hideous wound appeared on the sword. It had been cut by the Zephyr wind blade. Lu Ming still had the upper hand in the collision between the 2. The cultivator of the second great supreme god layer is really strong. I can't compete with him. I'll be killed instantly. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He could defeat an ordinary cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. But the difference between the first great supreme god layer and the second great supreme god layer was too big. The difference between the two layers of the godly emperor layer was huge. A cultivator of a higher layer could easily kill a cultivator of a lower layer. However, the difference between the two layers of the great supreme god layer was even bigger. Originally, Lu Ming's Zephyr Pearl was much stronger than his own battle strength. However, in the great supreme god layer he couldn't fight across too much distance. He had only been able to suppress the great demon sword technique with his full strength. "You can't kill me," shouted the great demon sword technique. He turned into a sword light and changed direction, flying away quickly. However, Lu Ming immediately used the Zephyr Wind Blade to form a barrier, blocking the great demon sword technique. "Don't try to stop me. Break!" shouted the great demon sword technique. Sword light soared to the sky and slashed the Zephyr Wind Blade. A crack appeared on the Zephyr Wind Blade. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already taken out a snow-white long rod. The Bingxian Staff. The Bingxian Staff consumed too much energy, so Lu Ming had been using the Zephyr Pearl instead of the Bingxian Staff. However, it seemed like he couldn't stop his opponent without using the Bingxian Staff. As soon as the Bingxian Staff appeared, it expanded rapidly like a mountain and pressed down on the great demon sword technique. The Bingxian Staff was one of the 18 divine weapons of the Heavenly Court. It was a top-tier divine weapon in the universe. Under Lu Ming's taboo power, its power was shocking. It was definitely above the Zephyr Pearl. The great demon sword technique was shocked and showed fear for the first time. "Not good, he still has a trump card," roared the great demon sword technique. Then he pushed his strength to the limit and even burned his life source. He was going all out. Swoosh! A shocking demonic sword soared to the sky and slashed at Lu Ming, colliding with the Bingxian Staff. Wang! Clang! A violent vibration sounded from the pitch-black demonic sword. The huge demonic sword vibrated violently. Then fine cracks appeared on it. At the same time, the sword body was pushed back crazily. "How is this possible?" said the great demon sword technique in disbelief. In that move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength had surpassed his by a large margin. "Nothing is impossible. Today you will die," Lu Ming said coldly. The Bingxian Staff slammed down again. The sky was collapsing as a violent destructive force swept out. The great demon sword technique had no way to escape. He could only face it head-on. With a boom, more cracks appeared on the great demon sword technique's sword body. In the end, it exploded with a bang. The great demon sword technique was severely injured. Only a secret rune was left floating in the air. It wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming grabbed the secret skill runes of the great demonic swordsmanship in his hands. "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the ancient sorcerer shrine will not let you go," roared the great demon sword technique. "You're saying that the ancient sorcerer shrine will let you go if I don't kill you?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had killed so many people. The ancient sorcerer shrine would definitely not let him go. There was no difference if he killed one less or one more. With a thought, he stored the runes of the great devil sword art into his storage ring. Then his silhouette flickered and he disappeared from his original position. He chased after the other cultivator of the second great supreme god layer. However, after chasing him for a while, he didn't find any trace of him. Chapter 4132. Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique several times, but he couldn't find the other cultivator of the second great supreme god layer. Lu Ming knew that the other cultivator had already run far away. His fighting strength was limited, so it took him a long time to kill the cultivator of the second great supreme god layer. That time was enough for the cultivator of the second great supreme god layer to run far away. Besides, the other cultivator of the second great supreme god layer was like a beam of light. His speed was astonishing. Even if Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique with all his strength, he couldn't catch up with him. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than his. That was why Lu Ming had attacked the first cultivator of the great demon sword technique, and not the other one. If he had attacked the other one at the beginning, the two cultivators of the second great supreme god layer wouldn't have been able to escape. If one of them escapes, the ancient sorcerer shrine will definitely take revenge. From what they've said, There must be even stronger cultivators in the ancient sorcerer shrine. I have to become stronger. Lu Ming frowned while thinking. Through the exchange earlier, he finally knew how great the gap between each level of the God Emperor realm was. Even though he could kill a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer with the mysterious ice rod, he couldn't defeat a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. Then, the ancient sorcerer shrine would probably send cultivators of the third great supreme god layer to kill him. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. I have more than 10 talismans from the ancient sorcerer shrine. I wonder if they can help me break through to the next level? Thought Lu Ming. Then his silhouette flickered and he left. After a short time, he found a secret place and punched a hole in the ground. He went deep into the ground and sat down cross-legged. After that, a talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Little boy, you're courting death. You better let me go or the ancient sorcerer shrine won't let you off. As soon as he took out the talisman, a threatening voice emerged from it. Although Lu Ming had scattered the forms of more than 10 ancient mystic skills, their spiritual intelligence was still present, and they had not been obliterated. You talk a lot of crap, Lu Ming said coldly. He held the secret technique rune in his hand. Forbidden power poured into it, and began to erase the intelligence inside. No, I beg you, spare me. Spare my life. I have experienced countless years before I was able to gain sentience. I have gone through untold hardships to cultivate my body. I beg you to spare me. Seeing that his threat had failed, the other party began to beg for mercy. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him at all. He was controlling the forbidden power with all his might to obliterate his opponent's consciousness. The other party's cries became softer and softer, and soon, there was no movement at all. The other party's intelligence had been completely wiped out by him. Let's test the effect. Lu Ming held the secret technique rune. With a thought, the secret technique rune merged with one of Lu Ming's cells. Immediately, Lu Ming had a feeling that this ancient secret technique had already been grasped by him. There was one more ancient mystic skill that Lu Ming had mastered. However, Lu Ming tested it out and found that his mastery of this ancient secret technique was only at the beginner level. It was the same as the Great Divine Pagoda technique. However, a gush of pure energy emanated from that cell and surged into his entire body. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Very soon it increased by a notch. Sure enough, the secret technique rune of the ancient secret technique can increase my cultivation base. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then Lu Ming took out another secret technique rune. Ignoring the other party's cries and roars, he used the same trick again to obliterate his opponent's intelligence and merge it with his cells. Immediately, another power surged out, increasing Lu Ming's cultivation base a little. In this way, Lu Ming continued to obliterate the secret technique rune's intelligence and merge it with his cells. Finally, it was the Great Devil Sword technique's turn. However, Lu Ming held the secret technique rune of the Great Devil Sword art in a daze. Because he already had the Great Devil Sword art, and had cultivated it to the great success level. Could he still merge the secret technique rune? Lu Ming wasn't sure. However, how could he be satisfied if he didn't try? Lu Ming put the secret technique rune of the Great Devil Sword art into a cell. However, there seemed to be a strong repulsive force in that cell that repelled the secret technique rune. Sure enough, it couldn't merge. It seemed that his body could only allow one secret technique to merge with his cells. It was impossible to fuse the same secret technique into different cells. Wouldn't it be a waste? Lu Ming frowned. This secret technique rune was left behind by a second-layer Great God Realm expert. It would be of great help to him. He was unwilling to waste it. I wonder if I can merge it into the same cell? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as an idea popped into his head. If he couldn't merge it into different cells, he could at least merge it into the same cell. Thinking about that, Lu Ming moved the secret technique rune towards the cell that had already merged with the Great Devil Sword art. To Lu Ming's surprise, it went very smoothly this time. The secret technique rune of the Great Devil Sword art merged with the cell and disappeared. Then, an incomparably pure energy gushed out. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase rapidly. After a short time, it stopped. Top of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Unfortunately, I'm still a bit away from breaking through. Lu Ming frowned. His cultivation had stopped at the top of the 7th godly emperor layer. He couldn't break through to the 8th godly emperor layer. If I had a few more secret technique runes, I might have been able to break through, thought Lu Ming. Then he sensed the great devil sword art, and found that it hadn't changed. When he used it, it didn't become stronger either. It seemed that merging with the secret technique rune of the great devil sword art didn't give him any other benefits. It's been a while. I'm sure the ancient sorcerer shrine has already started taking action. I should leave first. If I stay in one place, they'll find me easily. Immediately, Lu Ming left the place and flew toward the north. He had done his research before and knew that the ancient sorcerer shrine was in the south of the great ancient world. The great sorcerer shrine was in the north of the great ancient world. Since the ancient sorcerer shrine was chasing him, he decided to go to the great sorcerer shrine. Even though he wasn't sure whether the great sorcerer shrine would chase him or not, it was better than staying there. Very quickly a day passed. Unfortunately, before he could leave the territory of the ancient sorcerer shrine, the strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine found him. Lu Ming was flying when the void collapsed all of a sudden. A few attacks blasted toward Lu Ming from all directions. They were so powerful that it made one's countenance change. There were 3 attacks, all from cultivators of the 2nd godly emperor layer. In an instant, Lu Ming judged the ability of the person who attacked him. Chapter 4133. 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer were attacking him at the same time. He couldn't stop them on his own. However, Lu Ming had been on high alert during this period of time. He was prepared to be sneak attacked at any moment. Therefore, the moment the other party attacked, he activated the 1st level heavenly soldier armor to defend himself. 3 explosions spread in the air. The 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer were all blocked. However, the terrifying strength still sent Lu Ming flying. He crashed on the ground, creating a crater. But as soon as Lu Ming crashed on the ground, he rose up in the air. At the same time, the Zephyr Pearl appeared in his hand. A tornado appeared and moved towards the 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. The 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer attacked and blocked the tornado. That little boy is here. Kill him. Don't let him escape. At that moment, many people were shouting furiously. The sky was collapsing. Silhouettes kept appearing around them. So many people? Lu Ming's facial expression changed drastically. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw dozens of figures. There were no less than 50 of them. Some of them had strong qi, some were weak. But the weakest one had the strength of the 1st great supreme god layer. The strongest one had the strength of the 2nd great supreme god layer. There were too many cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Lu Ming sensed at least 10 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. 10 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer gathered together. Their fighting strength was terrifying. Even though Lu Ming had the 1st-class celestial battle armor, he couldn't block them for a long time. Those people attacked as soon as they saw Lu Ming. Shush shush shush, more than 50 attacks moved towards Lu Ming at the same time. It was a terrifying scene. Lu Ming didn't dare block those attacks. Even if they weren't as strong as the attacks of a cultivator of the 3rd great supreme god layer, they weren't much weaker. After a few attacks, the 1st-class celestial battle armor wouldn't be able to withstand them. Great teleportation technique. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the transference skill. His body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already avoided these attacks and was thousands of miles away. Then he quickly flew in a direction. It's the great teleportation technique. Chase. Quickly report this to the protector. Shouted furiously. A dozen cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer turned into beams of light and chased after Lu Ming. Behind them, the cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer also chased after Lu Ming. Cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer were extremely fast. Even though Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique, he couldn't get rid of them. With the greater teleportation technique, the higher one's cultivation, the further one could teleport. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not teleport too far in one go. In the blink of an eye, the 2 parties had traversed a long distance. Danger! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a fatal crisis. Above his head, there was a destructive force surging towards him. It was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming wanted to cast the transference skill to evade it, but he was shocked to discover that the transference skill actually failed. The main reason was that the force was too terrifying. The space in all directions seemed to have solidified. It was affected by the destructive force. Lu Ming could only use the celestial soldier's armor to block it. Boom! In the next instant, the destructive force bombarded the celestial soldier's armor, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body was smashed into the ground again, creating a huge crater that was a few thousand li deep. Lu Ming felt numb all over and coughed up blood. Read ebooks. At the same time, he realized that the celestial soldier's armor was dimming. It was like a candle that could be extinguished at any moment. Third Great Supreme God Layer. A thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. That attack a moment ago had been too terrifying. It had far surpassed the strength of a cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. Even the celestial soldier's armor had become dim after blocking that attack. It was definitely a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. Cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer didn't have such high attacking power. The celestial soldier's armor couldn't block a single attack from a cultivator of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer or higher. If it had been a cultivator of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer or higher, he would have died already. Lu Ming didn't even think about it, and used the greater teleportation technique again. This time he succeeded. Lu Ming disappeared and reappeared in another place. "You want to leave? I'm here." "You can't leave," said a cold voice. Two beams of sword light shot towards Lu Ming. Then, a tall and sturdy silhouette rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Lu Ming finally saw the other person's face clearly. It was a tall and sturdy man with a thick beard. That tall and sturdy man must have used some kind of ancient secret technique. His chi was overbearing and filled with destructive energy. He was extremely fast and kept getting closer to Lu Ming. "I can't fight against a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. The celestial soldier's armor can block one attack, but it won't be able to block a second one. If I fight him head-on, I'll die. I have to run." Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He used the greater teleportation technique again, and disappeared from where he was standing. He had realized how strong a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer was. Even if he used his full strength to activate the mysterious ice rod, he still couldn't defeat him. However, a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer was too strong. He had locked onto Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique, he couldn't escape. The distance between the two sides was getting shorter and shorter. "I can't go on like this. I have to fight." There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. With a move, he changed his direction and flew toward the large group of God Thearch realm experts. "Stop him. Buy time for the protectors. Once the protectors arrive, he'll definitely die." Die. The first ones to meet Lu Ming were a dozen cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. They all roared furiously and attacked Lu Ming. The dozen or so attacks were like an avalanche. It was extremely terrifying. Zephyr Wind Barrier. Lu Ming first released the Zephyr Wind Bead's strength, and turned it into a Zephyr Wind Barrier. Then he took out the mysterious ice staff, activated it with all his strength, and struck out. The dozen cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer attacked the Zephyr Wind Barrier. The Zephyr Wind Barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of a dozen cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer, and it immediately broke apart. However, he still managed to use some of the Zephyr Wind Barrier's strength. Then he used the mysterious ice rod to break apart some of the attacks. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered, and he moved towards one of the cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. When that cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer saw Lu Ming approaching him, his face changed drastically and he instinctively retreated. However, Lu Ming's target wasn't him. Lu Ming flashed and arrived in front of the cultivators of the First Great Supreme God Layer. Die. The mysterious ice rod was incomparably huge, and when it struck out, it transformed into 9 rod shadows. Chapter 4134. Lu Ming used the ancient secret skill to kill 9 first-level Emperor God cultivators in one move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 secret skill runes in his hand. There was no time to think too much about it. As soon as the 9 secret skill runes were in his hand, Lu Ming frantically injected forbidden power into them to obliterate the intelligence within the secret skill runes. At the same time, the mysterious ice staff did not stop and continued to attack. Swish, 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 the stick shadow was terrifying. It could destroy the starry sky. Ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer couldn't resist it. They kept exploding under the pressure of the stick's shadow. Their bodies turned into talismans and symbols of secret techniques. Lu Ming grabbed all of these secret technique runes in his hand, and constantly used his forbidden power to erase the intelligence within. "Brat, you're courting death," shouted the cultivator of the third great supreme god layer furiously. He dashed towards Lu Ming. However, when the other party approached, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique. His figure flashed and appeared in another place. The cultivator of the third great supreme god layer continued chasing Lu Ming, but Lu Ming flashed again and went back to the group of cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. Not good dodge. Run. Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were scared out of their wits and started running away. They were all transformed from ancient secret techniques. They had experienced countless years and countless trials and tribulations before they were able to gain sentience and take human form. They didn't want to die. In reality, they were thinking too much. Lu Ming had no intention of killing them at all. He already had 15 secret technique talismans in his hand, and he was trying his best to erase the intelligence inside. If he wanted to add more, he wouldn't be able to do it all at once. He kept using the great teleportation technique to dodge the cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. At the same time, he was destroying the spirit inside the talisman. Finally, after dodging several times, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. The first 9 secret technique runes that he had obtained had already lost their intelligence. As soon as the intelligence within the secret art runes was wiped out, Lu Ming immediately fused the 9 secret art runes into his 9 cells. Afterwards, powerful and pure energy immediately surged out from the 9 cells, pouring into every single cell and constantly transforming into forbidden energy. Boom! Lu Ming's body was shaking violently. He wanted to break through to the 8th godly emperor layer. Almost there, shouted Lu Ming furiously. He could sense that he was about to break through to the 8th godly emperor layer, but he still needed a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kill! At this moment, there was a loud roar. A gigantic palm print came crashing down on Lu Ming, filled with a destructive power. It was the cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. Not good. Lu Ming's heart shook, and he hurriedly used the greater teleportation technique to leave. However, this time his opponent was too close to him, and the use of the greater teleportation technique was not as smooth as before. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire and was slightly slower. However, in the end, Lu Ming still managed to cast it successfully. He was just a bit slower, and Lu Ming was still swept away by a wisp of destructive power. Lu Ming reappeared 1,000 li away. Half of his body had disappeared. He had been hit by that wisp of destructive power. What a terrifying destructive power. But is that guy a manifestation of the Great Destruction Technique? A thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. The Great Destruction Technique was one of the top 3,000 ancient secret skills. It was ranked in the top 100. Once a cultivator mastered it, their movements would be filled with destructive power. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. Even if half of his body was destroyed, it didn't affect him too much. On the contrary, it stimulated his potential. His cells were constantly being stimulated, and his injuries were healing at an incredible speed. After using the greater teleportation technique, he used it a few more times to increase the distance between him and his opponent. He wanted more time to recover. Alright. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The spiritual intelligence of the remaining 6 secret skill runes in his hands had been obliterated. Lu Ming immediately put the 6 talismans into his 6 cells. The next moment, a surge of energy emerged from each of the 6 cells. Lu Ming immediately made use of this energy to break through to the next realm. Boom! This time, there was a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. Then his aura skyrocketed rapidly. He had broken through. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 8th godly emperor layer. After breaking through to the 8th godly emperor layer, Lu Ming's strength had increased dramatically. His forbidden strength had also increased. His body was recovering at an incredible speed. After breaking through to the 8th godly emperor layer, the half of his body that had been destroyed started recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, his body was completely healed. This little boy, the others including the cultivator of the 3rd great supreme god layer, were astonished. They couldn't believe their eyes. Then they were filled with murderous intent. Die. I must kill this little boy, shouted the cultivator of the 3rd great supreme god layer. Then he threw himself at Lu Ming again. His speed was astonishing. Wherever he passed, the space around him was destroyed. He turned into a wave of destruction and moved towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had hesitated to break through to the 8th godly emperor layer. Now it was too late for him to dodge. He could only face it head-on. Block it. Lu Ming took out the Bingxian rod and smashed it out. After breaking through to the 8th godly emperor layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. His mysterious ice staff was also much more powerful. Boom. The mysterious ice rod and the destructive force heavily clashed against each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The void where the collision occurred was completely turned into a chaotic mess. Afterward, the Bingxian rod vibrated continuously. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying force surging toward him. His body retreated rapidly until he was thousands of miles away. Even so, there was still a gush of destructive force bombarding Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming had 2 layers of defense. The first layer was the first-tier Celestial Soldier's armor. However, the first-tier Celestial Soldier's armor had already blocked his opponent's attack, so it didn't have much defensive strength left. The other layer of defensive power was the defensive power of the Great Defensive Technique. In terms of defensive prowess, the Great Defensive Art was ranked in the top 3 among the 3,000 ancient secret skills. Naturally, its defensive prowess was extremely strong. However, under the power of destruction, the defense of the Great Defensive Technique was still penetrated. However, after the mysterious ice staff and the other layers of defense, the destructive strength had weakened a lot. The remaining strength couldn't injure Lu Ming. Lu Ming just coughed up blood. He was fine. The 3rd great supreme god layer is really strong. Even though I broke through to the 8th godly emperor layer and used the mysterious ice staff, I still can't compete with him. But I can still resist for a while. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Compared to before his breakthrough, his condition was already much better. With the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, even if he used the mysterious ice staff, it would be difficult for him to resist. Chapter 4135. Lu Ming guessed that if he broke through to the 9th godly emperor layer and used the mysterious ice rod, he would be able to compete with an ordinary cultivator of the 3rd great supreme god layer. It's best to leave. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. After being pushed back, he immediately used the great teleportation technique to leave. His opponent only had the strength of the 3rd great supreme god layer. If 2 or more came, he wouldn't be able to escape. Besides, using the mysterious ice rod with his full strength consumed a lot of energy. Besides, he had just broken through, so he needed time to stabilize his cultivation level. You want to leave? Die! Shouted the cultivator of the 3rd great supreme god layer furiously. He chased after Lu Ming. But he had the great destruction technique, so he was good at using destructive strength, not speed. After Lu Ming broke through to the 8th godly emperor layer, he used the great teleportation technique to increase his speed. In terms of speed, he was already faster than his opponent. As for those who had the strength of the 3rd great supreme god layer and below, they didn't dare chase after Lu Ming. Just like that, one chased and the other ran away. Lu Ming constantly cast the transference skill, constantly changing his position. In particular, in an area with a complicated geographical position like the mountains, he could directly move behind a huge mountain, blocking the other party's line of sight. It would take some time for the other party to capture Lu Ming's exact location. In that case, the distance between the two of them would only increase. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally got rid of his opponent. But he didn't stop. He continued flying north. After flying for a long time, Lu Ming found a place to hide. Then he took out a large amount of spiritual wood hearts and started absorbing them. The energy of the spiritual wood hearts penetrated into his body, healing his injuries and stabilizing his cultivation level. After a few more hours, Lu Ming's condition finally recovered to its peak. He felt refreshed. He had never felt so good before. He had already stabilized his cultivation level of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. The first-class Celestial Soldier armor hasn't fully recovered yet. I need to leave first. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered and he left. He couldn't stay in one place for too long, otherwise, the ancient sorcerer shrine's people would find him. Lu Ming kept changing directions and slowly headed north. After a period of time, the defense of the first-grade Celestial Soldier armor was finally restored. Suddenly, Lu Ming sensed the space in front of him fluctuating. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He used the great teleportation technique and retreated 10,000 li away. Shwa shwa shwa. The void that Lu Ming had sensed earlier had been torn apart, and more than 10 figures appeared there. A powerful aura burst out from Putian. One of them had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer, and the others had the strength of the 2nd Great Supreme God layer. It seemed that the ancient sorcerer shrine had learned their lesson. They knew that a cultivator at the first stage of the Emperor God realm would be courting death in front of Lu Ming. Hence, they didn't send any cultivators at the first stage of the Emperor God realm. Don't let him escape. B. Lu to Lu Ming Qi of Great Qi. To heaven to heaven. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered. As he was about to retreat, he sensed the space behind him fluctuating violently. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately moved to the right. As expected, a dozen silhouettes appeared behind him. The leader was also a cultivator of the 3rd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. The others were all cultivators of the 2nd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. There were already 2 cultivators of the 3rd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. Lu Ming didn't know them. Obviously, the ancient sorcerer shrine had sent a large number of strong cultivators to deal with Lu Ming. The 2 groups of strong cultivators chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately used the great teleportation technique and teleported 10,000 li away. He wanted to teleport again, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. Not far from him, the space suddenly exploded. A gigantic fist moved towards Lu Ming. It contained a terrifying destructive energy. It's that guy. The Great Destruction Technique. Thought Lu Ming. He didn't stop moving. The mysterious ice rod was already in his hand. At that moment, he used all his strength to activate the mysterious ice rod. Boom! The mysterious ice rod collided with the gigantic fist and exploded violently. The mysterious ice rod shook unceasingly and quickly shrank. There was still a powerful destructive energy moving towards Lu Ming. However, the Celestial Soldier armor had already been activated. The powerful destructive energy bombarded the Celestial Soldier armor. The Celestial Soldier armor shook violently, but in the end it blocked the attack. The Celestial Soldier armor could block a full attack of a cultivator of the 3rd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. This time, even though the ancient sorcerer shrine had used all his strength, the mysterious ice rod had blocked more than half of the attack. The rest of the attack couldn't break the Celestial Soldier armor. Besides, the Celestial Soldier armor still had a lot of energy left. The Celestial Soldier armor could block many attacks of that level. Lu Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. With all kinds of weapons, Lu Ming wasn't as weak as he used to be when facing a cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. He could barely resist. At least he had a better chance of escaping. With the help of this force, Lu Ming quickly retreated. Then he used the great teleportation technique and reappeared 10,000 li away. A tall and sturdy figure appeared where Lu Ming had been standing. It was the Great Destruction Technique. "Little brat, if you want her to die, keep running," shouted the Great Destruction Technique coldly. He was holding a person in his hand. Lu Ming's figure suddenly paused. There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Because the Great Destruction Technique was holding a woman. Sheng Qiao. That's right, the Great Destruction Technique was holding Sheng Qiao. At that moment, Sheng Qiao's face was filled with hatred, madness, despair and sadness. "Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. I curse you all, I curse you all," Sheng Qiao roared crazily. Her eyes were ferocious. "Shut up." The great destruction technique coldly shouted. A power burst out from his hand. Suddenly, Sheng Qiao's body went limp as if she had no strength left. What did you do to her? Asked Lu Ming coldly. I didn't do anything. Little brat, if you surrender, this little girl can still live. Otherwise, she will die in the next moment. I know you have a good relationship. Can you bear to watch her die? Said the great destruction technique coldly. Mu Yun, don't worry about me. Go. At that moment, Sheng Qiao shouted again. Sheng Qiao, what's going on? Shouted Lu Ming. Dead, they're all dead. These bastards of the ancient sorcerer shrine destroyed the Sheng family. Because you stayed with Sheng Qiao for a while, they destroyed the Sheng family. Grandfather is dead. Everyone else is dead. Sheng Qiao shouted crazily. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He had no relationship with the Sheng family. But just because he stayed with the Sheng family for a while, the ancient sorcerer shrine destroyed the Sheng family and took Sheng Qiao to threaten him. It was unforgivable. The killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was extremely strong. Chapter 4136. Sheng Qiao, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Lu Ming said. It's too late to say this now. Muyun, I only have one request now. Please avenge the Sheng family, and make these beasts of the ancient shaman temple pay the price. Sheng Qiao roared. It would be a lie to say that she did not regret it. If she could choose again, Sheng Qiao would choose not to bring Lu Ming back to the Sheng family. But it was too late to regret now. She only had one thought, and that was revenge. But it was impossible for her to do it herself. She could only pin her hopes on Lu Ming. Don't worry, I promise you. I will do my best to make the ancient shaman temple pay the price. Lu Ming made a promise. It was all because of him that the Sheng family ended up like this, leading to disaster. Sheng Qiao had helped him out of kindness, but it ended up like this. Repaying kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. This was Lu Ming's principle. Hearing Lu Ming's promise, Sheng Qiao's eyes finally showed a trace of relief. Kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill this girl immediately. The great art of destruction shouted coldly, and the power of destruction spread out from his palm. A part of Sheng Qiao's body immediately turned gray, and the life force was dissipating. Stop. Lu Ming shouted. Muyun, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Sheng Qiao roared. At this moment, the experts from the other forces had already arrived. However, they did not approach. Instead, they used their power to seal the void and freeze the space. Because they knew the power of the great teleportation technique very well. As soon as they approached, Lu Ming could use the great teleportation technique to directly pass by them. Only by sealing the void could they stop Lu Ming. Kid, why aren't you surrendering? The great art of destruction spoke again, his eyes revealing ferocious killing intent. Okay, I surrender. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said. No, Muyun, don't surrender. Sheng Qiao shouted. Little girl, shut up. The great art of destruction shouted coldly, and a power entered Sheng Qiao's body, making it difficult for her to speak. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared above the great art of destruction. Boom. The mysterious ice staff attacked with all its might, smashing down on the great art of destruction. The great art of destruction was slightly taken aback. Clearly, he had not expected Lu Ming to attack right after saying that he would surrender. While he was distracted, he missed the opportunity. Although he made a move in time, he was unable to mobilize his strength to its peak. Boom. He struck out with his palm, and a destructive palm energy bombarded the mysterious ice staff. Because great destruction had been hastily executed, he had not gathered all of his strength. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, he was immediately forced to retreat. He loosened his grip on Sheng Qiao's hand. Good chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab Sheng Qiao. Lu Ming suddenly made a move because he wanted to save Sheng Qiao. Mu Yun, hurry up and leave. Remember what you promised me. At this time, Sheng Qiao looked seriously at Lu Ming. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from her body. No, Lu Ming was startled. Sheng Qiao was going to burn herself and destroy herself. You won't be able to escape if you take me with you. Hurry up and leave. Remember, avenge me. While Sheng Qiao was talking, her body started to self-destruct. She turned into a rain of light and dissipated in the air. Damn it! The great art of destruction roared. He struck out with his palm, and a violent energy surged towards Lu Ming. Everything in its path was destroyed. Sheng Qiao's body also turned into a rain of light and dissipated under the destructive energy. Boom! Lu Ming struck with the Bingxian rod, blocking the other party's land of destruction and retreating rapidly. Stop him! He's going to escape. The great art of destruction roared and attacked Lu Ming crazily. At the same time, the other 3 cultivators of the third great supreme god layer also attacked Lu Ming. 2 terrifying attacks came from 2 different directions towards Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. The 3 experts of the third layer of the Emperor God realm were attacking at the same time. Their power was too terrifying. It was fatal to Lu Ming. Let's go all out. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. In such a situation, he had no choice but to go all out. Lu Ming held the Zephyr Pearl in his left hand, and the mysterious ice staff in his right. Whoosh! First, the Zephyr Pearl released a strong wind which turned into a wind blade, and moved towards the great art of destruction. Then the mysterious ice staff also moved towards the great art of destruction. The 2 attacks collided with the great art of destruction. As for the other 2 cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, he didn't have time to deal with them. He could only rely on his armor and the great art of defense. And Qiao Qiao had come in with Lu Ming. After all, Qiao only had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. Qiao turned into an armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Boom boom! A series of explosions erupted. Lu Ming's attack collided with the great art of destruction's attack, creating waves that filled the sky. After their attacks collided, the 2 cultivators of the third great supreme god layer also attacked Lu Ming. The 2 strong cultivators had joined hands to attack. They were too strong. The celestial soldier's armor had already consumed a lot of energy, and now the 2 cultivators of the third great supreme god layer had attacked it together. Then it was the great defense technique and Little Ball's turn. Even so, Lu Ming was still injured. His body flew forward like a meteor. Up ahead was the great art of destruction. The great art of destruction had clashed with Lu Ming. He had initially held the upper hand. He had thought that he would be able to send Lu Ming flying. However, the 2 experts behind him had bombarded Lu Ming and had sent him flying. This time, the great art of destruction was caught off guard, and Lu Ming crashed into it head-on. He couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. Die for me. By the time he reacted and wanted to kill Lu Ming had already seized the opportunity to use the great teleportation technique. He disappeared from his original spot and reappeared 10,000 li behind the great art of destruction. This was Lu Ming's escape route. The other directions were all sealed. Even with the greater teleportation technique, he couldn't teleport out. Only the space around the great art of destruction wasn't sealed. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use all his strength to charge towards the great art of destruction. Finally, Lu Ming managed to escape. However, Lu Ming had also paid a great price. The celestial soldier's armor couldn't be used for the time being. Its energy was completely depleted, and the armor itself was heavily injured. In addition, he had used the mysterious ice rod, the Zephyr Pearl, the celestial soldier's armor, and several ancient secret techniques at the same time. This had consumed a lot of his energy. He didn't have much taboo energy left. However, he had managed to break out of the encirclement. Once out of the encirclement, Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to use the great teleportation technique to move forward. Chapter 4137. Chase him. Don't let him escape. That little brat must die. The great art of destruction and the others roared furiously as they chased after Lu Ming. Especially the great art of destruction. He was furious. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. Last time, Lu Ming had escaped from him. This time, the 3 great protectors had joined hands to attack Lu Ming. They had thought that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape. But in the end, Lu Ming had still managed to escape from their encirclement. Moreover, he had escaped in their direction. That was a great humiliation. If he didn't kill Lu Ming personally, he would become a laughingstock. The 3 cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer were the fastest. They chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept using the great teleportation technique. In a flash he was 10,000 li away. His speed was astonishing, especially since the great teleportation technique allowed him to teleport directly. He could ignore obstacles in front of him. Lu Ming kept using the great teleportation technique, using the mountains and other obstacles to delay his opponents. That way, the distance between them was slowly increasing. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally got rid of his opponents. Afterward, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to fly toward the north. As he flew, he recovered the taboo power that he had consumed. Lu Ming obviously didn't want to kill his way to the ancient sorcerer shrine to avenge Sheng Qiao and the others. With his current strength, he would be throwing himself into a trap if he went there. He should think of a way to increase his strength first. As for avenging Sheng Qiao and the others, Lu Ming would do his best to do so. Of course, if he knew that he couldn't defeat them, Lu Ming wouldn't be so stupid as to throw his life away. The great art of destruction and the others were furious, but in the end, they had no choice but to return to the ancient sorcerer shrine. In the meeting hall of the ancient sorcerer shrine, there were almost 40 people sitting there. These 40 people were all great protectors of the ancient sorcerer shrine. The lowest cultivation level was at the 3rd Great God realm. There were 36 great protectors in the ancient sorcerer shrine. They were all extremely strong. That brat is very cunning. This time he escaped again. The great art of destruction said gloomily with an ugly expression. Now where did that kid go? An old man in a white robe at the top asked. Facing this old man, the great art of destruction was very respectful and said, Hall Master, that kid is heading north. He should be heading towards the Great Shaman God Temple's territory. He should be close to the Great Shaman God Temple now. It's too late for us to chase after him. Great Sorcerer Temple? If that brat really defected to the Grand Shaman God Temple, it will be detrimental to our plans. It seems like we can only use their own people to deal with that brat. Pass down my orders, summon the outer world's people to see me. The white-robed elder, who was the ancient sorcerer shrine master, gave the order. Yes. Immediately, a Dharma protector left the hall. The people in the hall waited quietly. Not long after, the protector that had left returned. However, he did not return alone. There were some other people following him. If Lu Ming were here, he would be shocked. This was because these people were the sky prides of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace. They were led by Yiyu. Young Master Yiyu. When the ancient sorcerer shrine master saw Yiyu and the others, he did not attack them. Instead, he smiled and cupped his fists. Greetings, Hall Master. Yiyu cupped his fists. The others also cupped their fists. May I know why the Hall Master has called us here? Yiyu continued. 39-inch, I have a favor to ask of young Master Yiyu. This is one of the conditions of our cooperation. The ancient sorcerer shrine master said. Oh, what is it? Just say it. Since we are cooperating, I will do my best to help you. Yiyu said. I want you to kill someone. A cold light flashed in the ancient sorcerer shrine master's eyes. He waved his hand and a figure appeared in the air. This figure was Lu Ming. It's him. Yiyu's eyes flashed. Young Master Yiyu, this person also came from the outside world. You should know him, right? The ancient sorcerer shrine master said. Of course I know him. We came in together. Yiyu said. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly changed and became a little cold. A few cold auras fell on Yiyu and the others. Some of the people around Yiyu suddenly became serious. Divine light surrounded their bodies and they were ready to attack at any time. However, Yiyu's expression was normal. He smiled faintly and said, although we came in together, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He's not on our side. If there's a chance, he'll make him die a horrible death. Oh, that's good. This kid has killed many of our people. Now that he's heading north, we can't find him. I hope you can take care of this kid. The ancient sorcerer shrine master said. That's easy. I happen to have a way to contact that kid. You can send a message to him and order him to stop somewhere. I'll send someone to kill him. Yiyu said. When they came to the Archean world, Yiyu was the leader. Therefore, Yu had a way to contact someone so that it would be convenient for him to dispatch people. Naturally, he also had Lu Ming's contact number. Yu immediately sent a message to Lu Ming through the illusory divine jade. The message was to ask Lu Ming to stop somewhere and report his location to him. When they met up with Lu Ming, they would act together. After the message was sent, they waited. At this moment, Lu Ming was flying quickly, and also sensed the message from the illusory divine jade. Yu, haha, you're still using such a commanding tone. Is the heavenly human tribe really so high and mighty? Lu Ming smiled faintly and pretended not to see it. He continued flying. He couldn't be bothered with Yu and the others. It was so cool to act alone. If there were more people, wouldn't it be easy to expose that he could integrate secret skill runes? Moreover, he was very unhappy with Yu and the others. He couldn't be bothered with them. In the ancient sorcerer shrine, Yu and the others waited quietly at first with a confident expression on their faces. However, gradually, the confident expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of anger. Lu Ming still hadn't replied to his message. How dare he? Young Master Yu, how is it? Has he replied? Seeing Yu's expression, the ancient sorcerer shrine master asked. Not yet. Maybe he hasn't seen my message. I'll ask again. I don't think he has the guts to not reply to my message, Yu said. Then he sent another message and continued to wait. Half an hour later, Yu's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't reply again. Damn bastard. Yu roared in his heart. He had sent 2 messages in a row, but Lu Ming still hadn't replied. Was he ignoring him? It seems that he's not afraid of you at all. Chapter 4138. Yu pulled a long face when he heard the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. Maybe he didn't see it. I'll send another message. Yu sent another message to Lu Ming. At the same time, she was yelling in her heart, Lad, if you don't reply, I don't care what your reason is, whether you really didn't see it or not. I want you to die without a burial place. Another half an hour passed. Yu's face turned pale. Still no reply. Still no reply. Haha, Prince Yu, it seems like he didn't give you any face. Are you really the leader of the people from the outside world? The hall master of the ancient sorcerer temple said with a mocking tone. Leader, where did that little boy go? Where is he? I'll send people to chase him. I'll make him regret it, said Yu coldly. Oh, you want to send people to kill him? Asked the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. That's right, replied Yu coldly. The ancient sorcerer shrine's leader didn't tell him how strong Lu Ming was. He also didn't tell him that he had sent a few cultivators of the 3rd great supreme god layer. But none of them had been able to kill Lu Ming. Instead, he directly informed Yu of Lu Ming's approximate location and the direction he was heading in. Lu Ming was about to enter the territory of the Great Sorcerer Shrine. The ancient Sorcerer Shrine and the Great Sorcerer Shrine were arch-enemies. Once they met, they would fight to the death. If Lu Ming entered the territory of the Great Sorcerer Shrine, the ancient Sorcerer Shrine would not be able to send people to pursue Lu Ming. That little boy is very strong. He's a good partner, but he killed so many of our strong cultivators. There's no room for negotiation. We can only take your head as a sacrifice, whispered the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's leader. Yer, take a few people and bring me Mu Yun's head. The Great Sorcerer Shrine doesn't know that we've joined the ancient Sorcerer Shrine, so they won't do anything to you, said Yu. Yes, said a young man of the heavenly human clan. He took a few other strong cultivators and left the palace. Young Master Yu, I'll wait for your good news. However, if it's really not possible, don't force yourself. The matter half a year later is more important. The hall master of the ancient sorcerer temple said. Don't worry, I won't spoil your plans. When the time comes, I'll definitely get all the benefits you want. However, don't go back on your promises, Yu said. Don't worry, all of you only want the ancient secret technique. We only need to split some of our spiritual imprints for you to take away. It's not a big deal. The ancient sorcerer temple master smiled. That's good. I'll take my leave then, Yu said. With that, Yu led the heavenly human tribe away. As soon as the celestial tribe left, the great art of destruction said. Hallmaster, I'm afraid the Yi Yu sect won't be able to take down that kid. Why didn't you tell him about Mu Yun's strength? Let him send out even stronger existences? Our most important target is the great ancient dojo. Mu Yun's life or death is secondary. This time, we need Yi Yu and the rest to take down the great ancient dojo. It's not good to cause too much trouble now and waste too much of our strength. We'll deal with Mu Yun after the matter at the great ancient dojo is settled, the ancient sorcerer temple master said. I'm afraid that the great sorcerer temple and Mu Yun are working together. Mu Yun's strength is not to be underestimated. I think that if Yi Yu and the rest meet Mu Yun in the great ancient dojo, they won't be able to take him down, the great art of destruction said worriedly. Your concern is not without reason. How about this? The two of you, one of you is good at tracking and the other is good at assassination. Sneak into the territory of the great sorcerer temple and see if there's a chance to assassinate Mu Yun, the ancient sorcerer temple master instructed. Yes. Immediately, two middle-aged men in black robes stood up to accept the order and left the main hall. The meeting came to an end. After 2 days of traveling, Lu Ming finally entered the territory of the great sorcerer temple. Once he entered the territory of the great sorcerer temple, Lu Ming was still cautious and did not let his guard down. This was because, like the ancient sorcerer temple, the people who ruled the great sorcerer temple were also existences formed by the great ancient secret skill. The experts of the ancient sorcerer temple would want to kill him the moment they saw him. Perhaps the people of the great sorcerer temple would do the same. Lu Ming continued to travel north. After a few days, Lu Ming came to a hidden mountain. He entered the mountain and cultivated in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the ground shake violently. Even the mountain was shaking violently. I've been discovered. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In a flash, he left the mountain and appeared outside. It's them. As soon as Lu Ming left the mountain, he saw 4 figures. These 4 people were not from the great ancient world. They were from the heavenly human tribe. Mu Yun, you're here? The leader of the group was a young man from the heavenly human tribe. He had a head of golden hair and a high nose bridge. This young man was Yi Er. How did you find me? Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming was surprised. He did not expect that the people who found him would not be from the sorcerer temple, but from the heavenly human tribe. Let me ask you, why didn't you reply to young Master Yi Yu's message? Yi Er asked. Why should I reply? Lu Ming asked. You're being disrespectful. Do you know who you are? Do you know who the heavenly human tribe is? It's your honor that young Master Yi Yu sent you a message. Do you understand? Yi Er shouted in a cold voice. Haha, I don't understand. Please leave. Don't disturb my cultivation. Lu Ming said lightly. Kid, you're courting death. Another young man from the heavenly human tribe shouted coldly. His body was like a stream of light as he charged toward Lu Ming. His body was covered by a layer of strange light. He held a slender long sword in his hand and stabbed it toward Lu Ming's glabella. It was extremely sharp and fast. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The battle art was activated and his combat strength was increased by 6 times. He grabbed the air, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. He also stabbed with the sword. With a clang, the 2 attacks collided. A dazzling light burst out and violent energy swept in all directions. Then, the long sword in the hand of the young man from the heavenly human tribe vibrated violently. He was pushed back dozens of steps. His face was pale and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Your strength. How is that possible? The young man from the heavenly human tribe shouted in disbelief. He was pushed back by Lu Ming in one move, and even suffered some injuries. What a strong strength, what a strange power. To be honest, Lu Ming was also surprised. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming was not surprised by his cultivation level. Lu Ming was shocked by the other party's combat power that was beyond his level. If you like the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor, please collect it. Chapter 4139. What surprised Lu Ming the most was the other party's ability to fight above his level. Lu Ming judged that in the Divine Emperor realm, one could fight above 4.5 levels. In the Divine Emperor realm, there weren't many who could fight above 4.5 levels in the entire primitive universe. Each of them was a top-notch monster who was destined to enter the universe prodigy list in the future. Among the people Lu Ming had come into contact with, only the battle god Yuan 1, Ling Yue, and Qiuqiu had reached that level. It could be seen how rare it was to have such combat strength. Lu Ming had an impression of this heavenly human tribe youth in front of him. Among the dozen or so heavenly human tribe youths, he was a very ordinary member. He didn't expect the other party to have such combat strength. Could it be that the dozen or so heavenly human tribe youths who entered the great ancient world this time all had the combat strength to fight above 4.5 levels? That would be terrifying. This kid. Yale and the others looked at Lu Ming in surprise. They clearly remembered that the last time they entered the great ancient world, Lu Ming was only a 7th level Divine Emperor realm cultivator. Now he had reached the 8th level Divine Emperor realm. Mu Yun, how dare you fight back? How dare you? Let's attack together and kill him. Yale shouted. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he charged towards Lu Ming. The other two also attacked at the same time. The 4 heavenly human tribe geniuses attacked together with earth-shattering power. Each of their combat strength had definitely reached the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Every cell in his body was trembling and emitting a dazzling light. He unleashed the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique together. Boom boom boom. Lu Ming waved his fists and threw out a dozen punches in a row to fight against the 4 heavenly human tribe geniuses. The rumbling sounds continued as the violent energy swept out in all directions like a tornado. Following that, several figures were forced to retreat. It was Yale and the other 3. Yale and the other 3 looked at Lu Ming in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't calm down. But they didn't know that Lu Ming was even more shocked. It's true. Even the weakest of them can fight someone who's 4.5 levels higher than him. That Yoel can actually fight someone who's 5 levels higher than him. Out of the 4 heavenly human tribe youths, 3 of them were able to fight someone 4.5 levels above them. Yet, Yoel was able to fight someone 5 levels above him. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Was this the innate talent of the heavenly human tribe? No wonder the heavenly human race could rule the primitive universe for countless years. Now, it seemed that the strength of the heavenly palace was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. It was unfathomable. In the godly emperor realm, those who could fight across 4 levels were candidates for the universe genius list. They had the potential to reach the godly master realm. As for those who could fight across 4.5 levels, their chances of breaking through to the divine master realm would be much higher. This time, the heavenly human tribe's prodigies who had entered the Archean world were definitely not the entire heavenly human tribe. It was very likely that only a portion of them were present. Just a part of it was already so terrifying. From this, one could see how terrifying the heavenly palace was. After countless years of accumulation, how many divine masters were there? The strength that the heavenly palace revealed to others was very likely only the tip of the iceberg. Lu Ming's heart sank. Moreover, the power that the other party used was extremely strange. It wasn't any kind of divine power, but its power was extremely terrifying and extremely powerful. Kill him with the ultimate weapon. Yale roared. A battle sword flew out from between his eyebrows. It was a golden battle sword, and the sword light shot up into the sky. The other 3 heavenly human tribe youths also used their ultimate weapons one after another. All of them had hidden powerful ultimate weapons. Now that they had used them, their combat power was even more terrifying. They wanted to kill Lu Ming with one move. This weapon, Aiwei said. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that the ultimate weapons used by the 4 heavenly human tribe youths were completely different from the divine weapons used by all the other races in the primitive universe. The refining principle was completely different. After all, the power they controlled was different from the divine power of the other races. The weapons they used were also different. They looked the same on the outside, but the principles behind them were different. It didn't feel like the cultivation system of the primitive universe. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Buzz. His hand shook, and the mysterious ice rod was used. The rod shadow was like a mountain, and it smashed toward the 4 heavenly human elites. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 huge rod shadows collided with the 4 heavenly human elites, and 4 earth-shattering booms erupted. Then the 4 figures were sent flying backward. They crashed into several mountains, and blood spurted out of their mouths. The 4 heavenly human elites were severely injured in this collision. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have been killed by Lu Ming. That's all you got. I'll let you go this time. Get lost, Lu Ming said coldly. He was still somewhat worried. After all, they were the prodigies of the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe was the ruler of the heavenly palace. After all, he was now in the heavenly palace. If he killed the 4 prodigies of the heavenly human tribe, the heavenly human tribe would definitely know. After all, the 4 prodigies of the heavenly human tribe were sent by Yi Yu to find him. If he really killed the 4 of them, they would not let him go when he left the archaic world and returned to the heavenly palace. At that time, he would have to run away before he saw the autumn moon. That was why he didn't kill them. Mu Yun, how dare you? How dare you injure us? You're courting death. Do you know that? Damn you, you lowly thing. The 4 young men of the heavenly human tribe roared angrily. Their eyes were wide open, and they looked like they wanted to eat Lu Ming. They were the heavenly human tribe, the rulers of the primitive universe. Who would dare to disobey them? When they walked out, even the big shots of the top 10 tribes had to be polite to them. Other than the heavenly human tribe, no one from the other tribes dared to attack them. But now Lu Ming dared to injure them and ask them to get lost? How dare he? If you don't want to get lost, I'll send you on your way. Don't think that I don't dare to do that, Lu Ming said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He had some scruples and could give in. However, if the other party went overboard and he couldn't give in, he would have to kill the other party. There was a limit to what he had scruples about. Yi Er and the other 4 turned pale. The murderous intent exuding from Lu Ming sent chills down their spines. After the fight just now, they could feel that Lu Ming's real combat strength could really make them stay. If Lu Ming went crazy, they would be in danger. How could they take the risk so easily? In an instant, they made a decision in their hearts. Mu Yun, just you wait. Young Master Yi Yu won't let you go. Let's go, Yi Er said viciously. Then he turned and left with the 3 young men of the heavenly human tribe. This is the heavenly human tribe? They're just as. Chapter 4140. In the past, in Lu Ming's mind, the celestial race was mysterious and unfathomable, high and mighty, looking down on all living things. Now it seemed that they were no different from ordinary people. Perhaps because they were used to being high and mighty. Their temperament was not even as good as the geniuses of ordinary races. When they encountered setbacks, when they encountered others who disobeyed them, they would go hysterical and lose their minds. This kind of person, other than being a little more talented, was nothing to be afraid of. There was a huge change in Lu Ming's impression of the heavenly human race. After Yale and the others left, Lu Ming also planned to leave. With a thought, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique and disappeared from his original spot. However, in the next moment, he appeared dozens of miles away. He could at least teleport tens of thousands of miles away by using the greater teleportation technique. How could he appear only dozens of miles away? Lu Ming's expression changed. The space has been sealed. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly appeared above Lu Ming's head and stabbed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, Lu Ming's reaction was fast enough. When he felt that the space had been sealed, he subconsciously activated the first-class celestial soldier armor, and a layer of light enveloped his entire body. Clang! The sword light stabbed the light shield activated by the first-class celestial soldier armor, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The light barrier trembled incessantly as terrifying sword chi burst forth, slicing open hideous cracks in the void. Lu Ming felt that the tip of the sword light was crazily stabbing inside. Slowly, a crack appeared in the light shield, and the tip of the sword pierced into the light shield. However, it was also the limit. In the end, the sword light did not pierce through the light shield's defense. Instead, it was a powerful force that smashed Lu Ming to the ground, creating a huge crater. Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and used all his strength to leave the place, cautiously staring at the sky. A figure appeared in the sky. It was a thin middle-aged man holding a slender longsword in his hand. It was this sword that had stabbed him just now. What a terrifying sword technique. He only has the strength of the third great supreme god layer. But his attacks are even more powerful than the great destruction technique. Lu Ming's expression was very solemn. The skinny middle-aged man in front of him had shockingly powerful attacks. Previously, the full power strike of the great art of destruction had not been able to break through the defense of the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor. But just now, the opponent's sword had nearly pierced through the first-grade celestial's armor. The tip of the sword had successfully pierced through the first-grade celestial's armor. If he had been any stronger, Lu Ming would have been in danger. That person's fighting strength had almost reached the limit of the third great supreme god layer. Then, Lu Ming looked in another direction. Because in another direction, Lu Ming saw another middle-aged man. He was also wearing a black robe, but unlike the previous person, this person's body, including his face, was completely shrouded in the black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he still gave Lu Ming a very frightening feeling. Third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming instinctively felt that the second person had the strength of the third great supreme god layer as well. The second person was standing in the distance, blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Ancient sorcerer shrine? Lu Ming said coldly. That's right. The skinny middle-aged man with a long sword in his hand said coldly. He stepped in the air, and with every step he took his aura grew stronger, and so did his sword chi. He was gathering energy. The reason why he did not attack immediately was because he wanted to gather energy. When his chi reached the peak he would be able to launch a powerful attack. Chua. Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique again, and moved in another direction. Facing such an expert, he could only run. The first-grade celestial soldier battle armor had already blocked the opponent's attack. Its energy was almost exhausted. It could not block the second attack. Now he could only rely on himself. However, Lu Ming's figure appeared dozens of li away. The space there was also sealed. You can't escape. We arrived before you, but we didn't attack immediately because we were sealing the space. We know that you can use the great teleportation technique, but it has a weakness. If we seal the space, you won't be able to escape, said the skinny middle-aged man coldly. While speaking, his chi became even stronger. Lu Ming looked dignified. He held the Zephyr Pearl in his left hand, and the mysterious ice rod in his right hand. He could only risk his life. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the sky. The earth and sky were shaking violently. It was not the skinny middle-aged man who attacked. It was also not the other person in the black robe who attacked. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who attacked either. The explosion came from another direction. That direction was shaking violently. Cracks appeared in the space there. Through the cracks, a few silhouettes could be seen outside. It was those few figures who were bombarding the void. The sealed void was about to be blasted apart. Grand Sorcerer Temple. The skinny middle-aged man's face changed. He could not care less about gathering his chi. He became one with his sword and turned into a sharp sword light, stabbing towards Lu Ming. It seemed that he was worried about the silhouettes outside. He wanted to kill Lu Ming before they came in. The sword light was too fast and too sharp. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He activated the two types of lethal weapons with all his might. A terrifying gale rushed out of the Zephyr Pearl and turned into a wind blade, flying towards the skinny middle-aged man. At the same time, the mysterious ice rod grew rapidly and smashed towards the skinny middle-aged man. Boom. Puff. The sharp sword light collided with the Zephyr wind blade. At first, there was a loud explosion. Then there was a clear sound. The sword light successfully pierced through the Zephyr wind blade and continued to stab towards Lu Ming. Then it hit the mysterious ice rod. At this moment, hundreds of millions of sword chi burst out from where the sword tip and the mysterious ice rod collided. Buzz. The Bingxian rod vibrated violently and buzzed continuously. The powerful force caused Lu Ming to retreat violently. In the process of retreating, there were still small sword chi that landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered with sword wounds and blood flowed out. Although Lu Ming had blocked the main attack of the sword light, there were still some scattered attacks that landed on his body, causing him to be covered with wounds. Lu Ming flew dozens of miles away and crashed into a piece of space. The space was like an invisible wall that was vibrating because of Lu Ming's collision. It was a sealed space. On the other side, the sword light disappeared and the skinny middle-aged man was revealed. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He did not seem to have expected that he would not be able to kill Lu Ming with his attack. At this moment, there was an explosion in the space. It sounded like glass shattering. Then a few silhouettes rushed in. Chapter 41-41. The void that had been attacked earlier shattered like glass, and several figures rushed in. Swoosh. A few figures rushed in, and a saber light slashed towards the skinny middle-aged man. Its power was shocking. The skinny middle-aged man raised his sword to block the attack. With a loud clang, the skinny middle-aged man's body trembled as he retreated continuously. This is the territory of the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. How dare you come here? You're courting death. A burly man with a full beard, holding a pitch-black saber, grinned and rushed towards the skinny middle-aged man, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Let's go. The skinny middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. A jade token appeared in his hands. With a click, he crushed the jade token. Immediately, an invisible force shrouded him, and his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, another figure who had been wrapped in a black robe also disappeared from where he stood. The two strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer's shrine had disappeared without a trace. "You're fast," said the skinny middle-aged man. The burly man with a full beard sneered and looked at Lu Ming. There were two other people with him. One of them was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Their chi was unfathomable. Lu Ming guessed that they were probably cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was on his guard. The two killing weapons in his hands were ready to strike at any time. From their conversation, Lin Fan could tell that they were from the Grand Sorcerer's Shrine. The Great Sorcerer's Shrine was the same as the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine. They were both controlled by a secret technique. The Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine's secret technique had attacked Lu Ming as soon as they had seen him. He couldn't be sure that the Great Sorcerer's Shrine's strong cultivators would do the same. Even though they had saved him, he couldn't let his guard down. "Are you Mu Yin?" The burly man with the full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. "How do you know my name?" Asked Lu Ming. "The Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine has been trying to kill you. How could we not know?" said the bearded man with a smile. Lu Ming understood in his heart. The Great Sorcerer's Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine were enemies. They had been fighting for a long time. How could they not have their own people in each other's territory? It wasn't strange that the Great Sorcerer's Shrine knew what had happened in the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine. "Why did you save me?" asked Lu Ming. "It's simple. We want to cooperate with you," said the bearded man. "Cooperate with me? Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine's secret technique. Didn't you want to kill me? Why do you want to cooperate with me?" Lu Ming expressed his doubts. "Yes. That. You're from the Heavenly Palace, right? The Heavenly Palace has a great enmity with the greater ancient world. Originally, we would not let you off, but the situation has changed," the bearded man said. "Sorcerer? What?" Lu Ming asked. He still did not believe the other party. "We need your help. Therefore, we can turn enemies into friends," said the bearded man. "You need my help. Why should I believe you?" asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming wouldn't believe them easily. If they said that on purpose to make him lower his guard and wait for an opportunity to kill him, wouldn't he be innocent? Because the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine has cooperated with your people. Think about it. Your companions came to find you, but why didn't the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine attack them? Why did they only attack you?" said the bearded man. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The companions he was referring to were Yale and the others. Indeed, why didn't the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine kill Yale and the others but let them go? Could it be that the heavenly human tribe had really cooperated with the Ancient Sorcerer's Shrine? Afterward, Lu Ming recalled that Yu had sent him 3 messages consecutively, asking him to stay at a certain place and giving him the specific address. Previously, he found it strange. Yu did not like him. Why would she suddenly send him a message and ask him to wait at a certain place? Now that he thought about it, it made sense if the heavenly human tribe had really cooperated with the ancient sorcerer shrine. That might be what the ancient sorcerer shrine had asked you to do. How are you going to cooperate with me? What do you want me to do? Asked Lu Ming. In the archaic world, there's a place called the Great Ancient Dojo, said the bearded man. Great Ancient Dojo? Lu Ming was puzzled. You came from the outside, so you should know about the history of the archaic world. The archaic world was a core world controlled by the archaic divine court a long time ago, and all the archaic secret techniques were created by the experts of the archaic divine court. The Great Ancient Dojo is the place where the experts of the archaic divine court preach. The younger disciples of the archaic divine court listen to the Tao in the Great Ancient Dojo. At the same time, the Great Ancient Dojo is also the place where the experts of the archaic divine court comprehend the Tao. There are countless insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court in there. We need you to enter the Great Ancient Dojo and bring out the Tao comprehension imprints, etc., and hand them over to us. If we can obtain those Tao comprehension imprints and Tao comprehension imprints, our cultivation bases will improve by leaps and bounds. The bearded man gave a brief introduction. Lu Ming roughly understood. In the Great Ancient Dojo, there were insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court who had comprehended various archaic secret techniques. If one could obtain the corresponding insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic secret techniques, one's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. For example, the great art of destruction. If one obtained the insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the great art of destruction in the Great Ancient Dojo, it would be a supreme treasure for the great art of destruction, which could help one's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. In the past, the archaic divine court was a huge force that could challenge the heavenly palace. The top experts of the archaic divine court were unimaginably strong, and the insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic secret techniques were no small matter. My cultivation is only at the divine emperor realm. There should be many people in the great sorcerer shrine who are stronger than me. Why don't you go in and cooperate with me? Lu Ming asked the question that had been on his mind. Because we both have archaic secret techniques and ordinary secret techniques, which were created by the experts of the archaic divine court. In their eyes, we are just tools. Tools have no place in the hearts of their masters. The bearded man chuckled. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The bearded man was right. Archaic secret techniques and ordinary secret techniques were created by the experts of the archaic divine court, so they were indeed like tools. Just like the weapons that they forged, they were actually tools. How high could a tool be in the eyes of its master? So, you can't enter the Great Ancient Dojo? Lu Ming asked as he had an idea. Yes, you are very smart. The bearded man nodded. Chapter 41-42. The bearded man nodded and confirmed Lu Ming's guess. The Great Ancient Dojo has a special restriction set up by the experts of the ancient divine court. Our ancient secret skills and ordinary secret skills can't enter. Originally, there were many living beings in the great ancient world. We were looking for them, but you guys came in. Your combat strength is very strong, surpassing the other living beings in this world. Therefore, we targeted you. As far as we know, the ancient sorcerer shrine has already cooperated with a group of people from the outside world. Therefore, the great sorcerer shrine naturally has to find someone to cooperate with. Otherwise, we won't be able to compete with the ancient sorcerer shrine. The bearded man explained. Since the ancient sorcerer shrine is looking for someone to cooperate with, why did they want to kill me as soon as they saw me? Lu Ming asked. Well, it should be because you met the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine too early. At that time, they didn't intend to cooperate with you. Later, you killed many experts of the ancient sorcerer shrine, so it's impossible to cooperate with them again. The bearded man said. Lu Ming was speechless. He knew that it was very likely that this was the case. How about it? It's impossible for you to cooperate with the ancient sorcerer shrine anymore. Cooperate with the great sorcerer shrine. If you have any requests, just tell us. As long as you give us enough insights and imprints of the experts of the ancient divine court, we will try our best to satisfy your request. The bearded man said. If I want the ancient secret skills, can you give them to me? Lu Ming said. At the same time, he was prepared to attack. He was afraid that the bearded man would be angry and attack him after hearing his request. However, he was thinking too much. Haha, you only want the ancient secret skills? That's easy. We can give you the same amount of ancient secret skills according to the insights and imprints you give us. The bearded man said. You can give me the ancient secret skills without causing any harm to yourself? Lu Ming was surprised. Of course not. During the process of cultivation, we can separate a spiritual imprint every once in a while. The spiritual imprint contains all the cultivation methods of a certain ancient secret skill. We pass it to other living beings in the great ancient world through this method. Of course, we are not prepared. Forcefully removing the spiritual imprint will still cause some damage. The bearded man said. So that was how it was. Lu Ming recalled that when he was in West Raven City, the young man in West Raven City received the inheritance of secret techniques. Those inherited secret techniques were in the form of spiritual imprints, which should have been peeled off from the cultivation of these transfiguration secret techniques. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although the spiritual imprint couldn't be directly integrated into one's cells like secret skill runes, one had to comprehend it on their own. Furthermore, he would not be able to obtain the energy within the runes to increase his cultivation. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There were too many experts in the ancient sorcerer shrine and the great sorcerer shrine. If he went against them, he would be hunted down by them, let alone get the secret skill rune. He might not even be able to survive in the end. To be able to obtain the ancient secret technique contained in the spiritual imprint was already very good. After all, their original intention in coming here was to obtain the ancient secret technique. They could keep it for themselves, or they could copy it and exchange it with the Heavenly Palace for merit points. There were many benefits. All right, haha, in order to trust each other, we can swear on our life origin. The bearded man was overjoyed and immediately swore on his life origin that he and Lu Ming were sincere in their cooperation. Then Lu Ming also swore an oath. This way, both parties could rest assured. After the oath, Lu Ming immediately followed the bearded man to the Great Sorcerer Shrine. As long as they went to the Great Sorcerer Shrine, they would not have to worry about the revenge of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. After a while, Lu Ming, the bearded man, and the others arrived at the Great Sorcerer Shrine. Mu Yun, let me introduce some people to you. The bearded man said. Some people? Lu Ming was puzzled. Who was the bearded man going to introduce to him? The people who had entered the great ancient dojo with him? Not long after, Lu Ming met a group of people in a palace. It's you guys? Lu Ming was surprised. This group of people was the same as him. They were all first-class heavenly soldiers of the Heavenly Palace. This time, the people who had entered the Heavenly Palace were mainly divided into 3 groups. One group was the young prodigies of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Another group was the core disciples of the important figures of the Heavenly Palace. There was another group of heavenly soldiers like Lu Ming. They were the top geniuses among the heavenly soldiers. All of them were first-class heavenly soldiers. Mu Yun. When the first-class heavenly soldiers saw Lu Ming, they were also surprised. I heard that you and the others have already cooperated with the ancient sorcerer shrine. Why are you here? Lu Ming asked curiously. Weren't these people always working with the heavenly human tribe? Back then, he was the only one who had left the team and acted alone. But now you and the others were working with the ancient sorcerer shrine, and these heavenly soldiers were in the great sorcerer shrine. This made Lu Ming curious. Sai, with you and the others, I'll do the dangerous work and they'll get the benefits. How can we cooperate like this? That's right, so we might as well leave. Although they have a high status, they can't treat us like slaves. Mu Yun, you have foresight. If I had known, I would have left earlier. More than 30 heavenly soldiers complained at once. Lu Ming quickly figured out the reason. Lu Ming smiled inwardly. These first-class celestial soldiers were all top-notch geniuses in their own races, or in the primitive universe. They were almost all candidates for the Universe Genius list. They were all proud and arrogant people, but in front of Yi Yu and the others, they were used as tools. They didn't get any benefits, so they were naturally unhappy. It was expected that they would part ways. Lu Ming chatted with them for a while, and then left. Then he followed the bearded man to meet the higher-ups of the Great Sorcerer Shrine, such as the Shrine Master of the Great Sorcerer Shrine. The two sides talked for a while, and discussed the terms of their cooperation. After reaching an agreement, Lu Ming stayed in the Great Sorcerer Shrine. Since there was still half a year before he entered the Great Ancient Ritual Ground, Lu Ming had nothing to do, so he might as well cultivate in peace. Right now, Lu Ming had too many secret skills to cultivate. He had obtained more than 20 new ancient secret techniques. Although he had integrated the secret technique runes into his cells, they were only at the beginner level. He had to keep comprehending and cultivating them to increase their power. In addition, Lu Ming had 15,000 types of ordinary secret skills that he needed to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while, and decided not to cultivate those ancient secret techniques for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate them in the Creation Tower, when he returned to the Heavenly Palace. First, he would comprehend some ordinary secret techniques, and turn them into secret technique runes to fuse into his cells. That would also increase his strength slightly. Chapter 41-43. Lu Ming took out an ordinary secret skill, and began to comprehend it. It did not take long for him to comprehend this ordinary secret skill successfully. It transformed into a secret skill rune, and integrated into a cell. Of course, he had only reached the beginner level. He hadn't reached the great success level yet. In fact, Lu Ming didn't plan to reach the great success level. He would first reach the beginner level and merge it with his cells. He would then go to the Fortune Tower to improve it. Now that he had mastered the first one, he had to take out the second one. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on studying the secret skill. Time flew by. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others started to move out. Lu Ming and more than 30 first-class celestial soldiers. Apart from them, there was also a large group of living beings. These living beings were the living beings of the archaic world. There were a few hundred of them. They were all at the Emperor God realm, and they were all very old. They were all under the control of the Great Sorcerer God Palace. Lu Ming glanced at them and sensed carefully. He had an idea. He realized that most of the living beings were at the first layer of the Great Supreme God layer. There were only a few at the second layer and none at the third layer. It made sense. Under the rule of the Great Sorcerer Shrine. How could the Great Sorcerer Shrine allow such a powerful being to be born? If such a powerful being was born, it would most likely affect the Great Sorcerer Shrine's rule. It was necessary to control them properly. Of course, this was only Lu Ming's guess. There might be other reasons. Lu Ming and the others sized them up. These living beings also looked at Lu Ming and the 30-odd first-class celestial soldiers. Then they were astonished and in disbelief. This chi. It doesn't seem like the chi of the archaic world. That's right. It should be the chi of the outside world. They're not from the archaic world. They're from the outside world. Many exclamations could be heard. Everyone stared at Lu Ming and the rest in shock. However, they were just curious. Just as Sheng Qiao had said, these ordinary living creatures of flesh and blood had long forgotten the enmity between the Heavenly Palace and the ancient divine court. Naturally, they had no intention of killing Lu Ming and the others. Alright, you guessed right. They are indeed from the outside world. This time, we are cooperating with the Great Sorcerer God Temple to enter the Great Ancient Dojo and fight for the insights and seals left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. You must cooperate with each other. A rather dignified voice sounded out, and then a group of people floated over. This group of people were the experts from the Grand Sorcerer Temple. The bearded man who had brought Lu Ming here was also among them. However, he was standing at the back. The one in the middle was an old man with a white beard. He looked extraordinary and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Greetings, Palace Master. Hundreds of great ancient world's God Emperor realm experts bowed at the same time. Lu Ming also recognized that this person was the Hall Master of the Grand Sorcerer God Palace. Everyone, please follow me to the entrance of the Great Ancient Dojo. The hall master of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple said as he led the group away. Lu Ming and the rest followed closely behind. The group went deeper into the Grand Sorcerer God Temple and finally came to a huge platform in the depths of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple. There was a huge stone door on the platform. The stone door was tightly shut, and it looked very old. This is the entrance to the Great Ancient Dojo. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple has one, and so does the Ancient Sorcerer God Temple. Both of them can lead to the Great Ancient Dojo. It is not time to open yet. Since it is not time to open yet, let me give you a general overview of the situation in the Great Ancient Dojo. There are a total of 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. They are all places where the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court preach. Each dojo has insights and seals left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. They are very precious. However, one of the dojos is the main dojo. That is where the ancient divine court preaches. The insights and seals left behind are the most precious. At the same time, it is also the dojo that the ancient sorcerer god temple wants the most. As for the specific situation, I am not very clear about it. You will have to go in and check it out yourselves. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master gave them a rough overview of the situation in the Great Ancient Dojo. Then, everyone waited quietly. 3 days later, buzz. All of a sudden, the stone door began to tremble slightly. Rays of light began to emanate from the ancient stone door. Then, the stone door vibrated more and more vigorously. The light on the door became brighter and brighter. The eyes of the people from the Grand Sorcerer God Temple lit up. The Great Ancient Dojo had been sealed since the Great War in the Primordial Era. It had never been opened. After all the ancient secret skills had gained sentience and transformed, they had tried to enter the dojo but to no avail. Was it finally going to open now? About 2 hours later, Kacha. The stone door made a Kacha sound and a layer of divine light covered it. Then, the stone door slowly opened from the middle, revealing a dazzling scene inside. Yes, it was a dazzling scene. It was impossible to see the world behind the stone door. After a while, the stone door was completely open. Everyone, there is still a seal on the stone door. We cannot enter. You can go in. Let's go. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. Let's go. The beings from the great ancient world were the most enthusiastic. Some of them had already rushed out and entered the stone door. Without any resistance, they disappeared into the stone door. Then everyone started to move and rush toward the stone door. Lu Ming and the others also rushed through the stone door and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a flat land. What a tall mountain! Lu Ming looked ahead and saw a mountain that reached into the clouds. The mountain towered into the clouds. From afar, he could see many buildings and palaces on the mountain. Is this one of the dojos? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. This should be one of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The beings from the Great Ancient World rushed toward the mountain and the palaces. This mountain peak was a Taoist right, and was also the residence of the almighty experts of the primeval divine court. It was possible to leave behind insights or marks in any location. Especially the palaces. Everyone, let's split up. Lu Ming said to the other first-class heavenly soldiers. Then he also rushed toward the mountain and one of the palaces. This guy is really arrogant. A heavenly soldier said unhappily. If he doesn't want to work with us, we can't be bothered to work with him. Let's go. Another heavenly soldier said. The 30-odd heavenly soldiers also split into 5 or 6 teams and flew to different parts of the mountain. Lu Ming was very fast. After a few breaths, he landed in front of a palace. Chapter 41-44. The door of the palace was open. Lu Ming looked expectant as he entered the door in a flash. However, Lu Ming's body was covered by the forbidden energy. After all, there might be threats in this place, so he had to be cautious. However, Lu Ming was overthinking it. After he entered the palace, he did not find anything unusual. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, there were some things left behind in the palace, but they had all decayed. After all, too many years had passed. According to the Grand Magus Shrine Master, the great ancient ritual ground had been sealed after the battle between the Heavenly Palace and the ancient Divine Court. It had been 500 stellar years. What else could be left behind? Lu Ming wondered if the insights and marks left behind by those almighties could still be preserved. However, since he was already here, he naturally had to search carefully. Lu Ming looked around the palace and finally came to the back of the palace. Behind the palace was a courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a stone tablet. That is, Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a mark on the stone tablet. This mark looked like it had been cut by a knife, and it was emitting powerful and strange waves. This is definitely the mark of some ancient secret skill. It must have been carved on the stone tablet by some almighties of the ancient divine court when they were comprehending something. This is the insight that those ancient secret skills wanted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that the insights left behind by such almighties were very difficult to erase. After all, those almighties were too powerful. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the mark or mark left by almighties as an example. It would not disappear even after countless years. Let's not talk about almighties. If Lu Ming cultivated in seclusion in a certain place, his insights and aura would leak out and transform that place. For those low-level almighties, it was a sacred cultivation ground that could be preserved for a long time without dissipating. Put it away. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and a wave of energy surged out and shrouded the stone tablet. Then he pulled it out forcefully. Rumble. The stone tablet was forcibly pulled out by Lu Ming and stored in an empty storage ring. Success. Lu Ming's face lit up. According to the agreement with the Grand Sorcerer Palace, with this stone tablet and the comprehension of the Archean secret skill on it, he could exchange it for another Archean secret skill from the Grand Sorcerer Palace. Having found something, Lu Ming's spirits were lifted, and he began to carefully search the palace again. On the other side, there was another courtyard. There was no stone tablet in this courtyard, but there was a cave behind it. Lu Ming walked into the cave and found a stone table in the middle of the cave. There was a jade talisman on the stone table. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade talisman. It works. Lu Ming was delighted. He had seen jade talismans before, but they had all lost their spirituality and turned into ashes as soon as he picked them up. But now, the jade talisman was still useful. Lu Ming looked at the surface of the jade talisman. There was no formation on the surface of the jade talisman. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness could easily penetrate it, and he found a small figure flashing inside. It was another ancient secret technique. However, Lu Ming took a closer look and found that it was not a complete Archean secret skill. It seemed to be a trace left behind by a powerful being. Yes, it was just a trace of a trace. If someone who had cultivated this Archean secret skill were to study it, it would be a great inspiration for him, and increase his comprehension. The Grand Sorcerer Palace wanted this kind of trace. Lu Ming revealed a smile and put it away. Lu Ming looked around but did not find anything. He immediately left the place and went to another palace. There were many palaces on this mountain. Lu Ming continued to search through a few more palaces and found something good. In total, he had obtained 9 kinds of insights or traces, which could be exchanged for 9 Archean secret skills. This palace is huge. I should be able to find something good. Lu Ming found a huge palace and rushed toward it. At the same time, he released his spiritual consciousness and shrouded the palace. However, he did not find anything after searching around. However, he made a great discovery at the back of the palace. There was a wall at the back of the palace. The wall was covered with various carvings. Lu Ming widened his eyes in surprise. He found that the carvings on the wall were the insights of various Archean secret skills, and they were emitting a strange aura. If he looked carefully, he could see that there were at least 10 different Archean secret skills. This was definitely a place of cultivation in the past. More than one expert had comprehended here, and left their insights on the wall. I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As there were too many auras on the wall, Lu Ming could not tell how many there were, but there were definitely more than 10 of them. How should I take it away? Lu Ming pondered. The wall was more than 300 meters in length and width. I'd better dig it out. Lu Ming decided to dig out the entire wall and take it away. After making the decision, Lu Ming took out a saber and began to dig. However, the wall, or rather, the entire mountain, was too hard. The saber in Lu Ming's hand was an emperor-level divine weapon, which was used by divine emperors. It was very powerful, but when it hit the wall, it made clanging sounds and sparks. It was as if he had hit other divine weapons. He could only make a 1-meter-deep mark with his saber. It was not easy to dig out the entire wall. However, it was understandable. If the stone wall was not hard, how could those powerful insights be left on it? Just how powerful were those experts? With just one attack, ordinary stone would instantly turn to ash. Moreover, it was impossible to keep it for so long. Lu Ming kept digging with his saber. After more than 10 minutes, he had dug out less than 1/10 of the wall. This was too time-consuming. If he spent too much time here, wouldn't the other comprehensions or imprints be obtained by others? At this moment, swoosh, 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 in a flash, more than a dozen figures rushed into the courtyard and stood in the air, emitting powerful auras. They were not other heavenly soldiers, but beings from the archaic world. These people were very old, and had cultivated in the archaic world for many years before reaching the divine emperor realm. In the eyes of the ordinary people in the archaic world, they were superior beings. They came in with Lu Ming and the others from the Grand Magus Palace. It's that kid from the outside world. These people recognized Lu Ming as soon as they saw Lu Ming. Look at the stone wall. There are many ancient secret skills on it. I knew it. More than 10 pairs of eyes fell on the stone wall, revealing a scorching light. Chapter 41-45. More than a dozen people were staring at the wall greedily. Little boy, that wall is too big. You can't do it alone. You should leave. Leave it to us, said a skinny old man smiling evilly. Don't worry, I can do it alone. I don't need to trouble you, said Lu Ming, pretending to be ignorant. They wanted him to leave and give the wall to them, but how could that be possible? Little boy, you're playing dumb, right? I'll tell you straight, we want that wall. If you don't want to die, piss off. Do you understand? The skinny old man snorted coldly, completely pulling down his face. I was the one who found this place first. I think the ones who should leave are you, said Lu Ming indifferently. He could see that most of the people there had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. Only the skinny old man had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. Lu Ming really did not take such a configuration to heart. You're so stubborn. Initially, we wanted to spare your life because you were cooperating with the great shaman shrine, but now it seems like you want to die. This time, it was another old man who spoke. That's right. I really don't understand why the sorcerer god temple would work with them. I don't think anyone from the outside world has reached the great emperor realm. They're all emperors. How can such trash compete with the ancient sorcerer god temple? Another old man said with a mocking expression. Little boy, I'll give you one last chance, piss off. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. I'll make this place your grave, said the skinny old man icily. His face was ice cold, and his eyes were filled with murder. Lu Ming's face sank as well. However, as soon as he shifted his gaze, he revealed a look of joy. Initially, I wanted you to leave, but now I've changed my mind. Stay here, and help me dig out the wall, said Lu Ming. What? The old men were dumbstruck. What had Lu Ming just said? He wanted them to help him dig out the wall? Was he crazy? A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer dared act so arrogantly? Was he crazy? Were the people in the outside world all so confident? What's the point of talking so much nonsense with this kid? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him. An old man with 2 tentacles on his head shouted coldly and stepped out. His body was like a huge mountain as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The 2 tentacles on top of his head rapidly grew in size, like 2 incomparably huge sticks, and smashed towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. He was a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Facing such an attack, those below the emperor god level would not be able to withstand it at all. They would be smashed into meat paste. At least, that was what the god emperors of the archaic worlds thought. After all, the difference between a god emperor and a god emperor was too great. It could only be said that they were too inexperienced. Lu Ming's expression was calm. When the 2 tentacles were about to attack him, he stretched out a pair of big hands and grabbed upwards. His 2 palms rapidly grew in size, until they were as large as a mountain. They also became even larger than the two tentacles. He grabbed the two tentacles with one hand. Then he swung it with all his might. Boom. In the end, the old man was smashed onto the ground. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The old man was lying in the crater, blood gushing out of his mouth. His body was twitching uncontrollably. His body was as soft as mud, and he couldn't move anymore. The other cultivators were astonished. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe it, as if they had seen a ghost. One attack. In one attack, Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. That was an instant kill. Killing a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer in an instant wasn't strange at all. Any cultivator of the second great supreme god layer could do the same. The most important thing was that Lu Ming only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming had just relied on his own strength. He hadn't used any external strength. That was too terrifying, too unimaginable. How could a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer be that strong? Was he from the outside world? Were all the people from the outside world so monstrous? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through their minds. Actually, it was normal. When Lu Ming had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, he was stronger than ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. Now that he had broken through to the 8th godly emperor layer, his fighting strength had increased tremendously. Even though he still couldn't compete with cultivators of the second great supreme god layer, he could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. "Now can you stay and help me dig the wall?" said Lu Ming indifferently, as if he had done something insignificant. "You're really strong. We made a mistake. We can give you the wall, but if you want us to stay and help you dig the wall, you're going too far," said the skinny old man of the second great supreme god layer. In his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. Even though he had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, he was much stronger than cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. He could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. But Lu Ming was too terrifying. He only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, and he was that strong. Who knew if he had other trump cards? He wasn't sure, so he decided to retreat first. He didn't want to compete with Lu Ming for the wall. Going too far? I don't think so. Everything depends on strength. If I wasn't as strong as you, I would have had no choice but to leave or die. But now, I want you to help me dig the wall. I'm already being merciful by not killing you," said Lu Ming coldly. The skinny old man and the others pulled a long face. "Young man, you're too arrogant. You think you can defeat us?" said the skinny old man. He clenched his fists and released a terrifying chi. His terrifying chi increased the pressure on the battlefield by dozens of times. The other dozen cultivators of the first great supreme god layer also released their chi, getting ready to launch a thunderous attack. Even though you can defeat a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer, I have the strength of the second great supreme god layer. The difference between the first and second great supreme god layers is, said the skinny old man. But Lu Ming didn't feel like talking nonsense. "You talk too much." A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Unknowingly, the Bingxian cudgel had already appeared in his hands and he directly smashed it toward the skinny old man. The mysterious ice rod became as large as a mountain as it squeezed the entire sky, creating a rumbling sound of air exploding. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. The skinny old man's face changed drastically. He turned deathly pale. He was terrified. The faces of the other cultivators of the first great supreme god layer turned deathly pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies were shaking. They couldn't block it. They had the feeling that they couldn't block it. If it really fell, they would be smashed into ashes. Chapter 41-46. The skinny old man and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Deep fear could be seen in their eyes. But at that moment, they had to fight back. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. "Let's attack together," shouted the skinny old man. He used his strongest attack to attack the mysterious ice staff. At the same time, the other people also attacked. Their attacks were like meteors as they bombarded the mysterious ice staff. They wanted to block it. However, Lu Ming was using his full strength. How powerful was the mysterious ice staff? It could already compete with cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. How could the skinny old man and the others resist it? The mysterious ice staff smashed down and destroyed the attacks. A terrifying force pressed down on them. Pung pung. The skinny old man and the others trembled violently and fell to the ground. They coughed up blood, and their faces turned pale. They were terrified. Swoosh. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above their heads. His murderous chi poured down like mercury. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. That skinny old man was the first to shout. I surrender too, don't kill me. Surrender, shouted the others. Since you've surrendered, why don't you get up and help me dig the walls? Are you going to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead? Said Lu Ming coldly. He had been merciful a moment before. If he had really killed them, they wouldn't have been able to say anything. Therefore, he knew that even though they were injured, they were only lightly injured and wouldn't hinder their movements. True enough, as soon as Lu Ming spoke, the skinny old man and the other 10 people got up and helped Lu Ming to dig the stone wall obediently. With the addition of more than 10 people, the speed of digging the stone wall was very fast. In no time, the entire stone wall was dug out and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming anxiously. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill them all in a fit of anger. Get lost, said Lu Ming while waving his hand. The shriveled elder and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They immediately took to their heels and left faster than anything else, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't linger either. His figure flickered as he left the area and continued to search for insights and imprints. Not long after, Lu Ming saw an interesting scene. In one of the palaces, there were also some great ancient world's divine emperors who wanted to deal with the other celestial soldiers and snatch their insights and imprints. In the end, they were defeated by the celestial soldiers using their ultimate weapons. Those celestial soldiers were all incredible geniuses. They had all become first-class celestial soldiers when they had broken through to the godly emperor layer, especially those who had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They weren't any weaker than ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. They could easily defeat cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Most importantly, there weren't many cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer in the great ancient world. Most of the celestial soldiers had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. If they joined hands, how could the people of the great ancient world compete with them? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't mind. He continued to head towards the peak of the mountain. On the way, he collected the insights and imprints he saw. After a short time, Lu Ming arrived at the top of the mountain and looked around. Lu Ming was astonished. He discovered that the mountain was actually floating in midair. Clouds and mist were everywhere. It was like a celestial paradise. Through the clouds and mist, he could faintly see the other mountains. There were 6 mountains in total. They were arranged in a circle and floating in the air. There are chains connecting them. Lu Ming was astonished. He realized that there were 2 gigantic chains on the left and right of the mountain under his feet. They were connected to the other mountains. Those must be the other 5 dojos. Do I have to go through these chains to get to the other mountains? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then waved his hand and a divine weapon flew out. It wanted to fly directly to the neighboring mountain peak. However, it had just flown a short distance away from the mountain peak under his feet when a powerful force was born. The divine weapon directly exploded into pieces with a bang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, if a person were to fly out rashly, they would probably explode into pieces like that divine weapon, not even leaving behind a corpse. Then, Lu Ming took out another weapon and flew out along the chain. This time the weapon was fine. After the verification, Lu Ming rushed out and landed on the chain. Then he strode forward and headed for the other mountain. Let's go there too. The group of first-class heavenly soldiers from the heavenly palace also followed Lu Ming to the same mountain. As for the great ancient world's emperor god experts, they went to the other mountain. Lu Ming was very fast. Like the wind, he soon arrived at the peak of the other mountain. The road is broken. I can't go to the next mountain. After arriving at the mountain, Lu Ming realized that there was another mountain on the other side of the mountain. It should be another dojo. But this time there was no chain leading to the next mountain. There's someone. Then Lu Ming realized that there were figures flashing on the other mountain. However, due to the clouds, his vision was blurry. He could only see the figures but not their faces. Could it be that those people are from the ancient sorcerer temple? After the people from the ancient sorcerer temple entered, they appeared in the 3 dojos on the other side, while we appeared in the 3 dojos on the other side. The 3 dojos on the other side are not connected? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, didn't they say that there were 7 dojos? Why were there only 6? Where was the 7th one? There should be a main dojo, right? Lu Ming looked around, but did not find the 7th dojo. Forget it. Let's search for insights and imprints first. Lu Ming shook his head and pounced on the palaces to search for insights and imprints. This mountain was similar to the previous one. It also had palaces. Most of the items in the palaces had decayed, but the insights and imprints left behind by the experts had been preserved. Of course, those that had been preserved were left behind by the top experts. Ordinary experts would not have been able to preserve them for such a long period of time. Fewer people came to this mountain, so the harvest was naturally much better. After plundering the entire mountain peak, Lu Ming obtained a total of more than 100 kinds of insights or imprints of ancient secret skills. This could be exchanged for hundreds of ancient secret skills. If he took them to the Heavenly Palace, how many merit points would he be able to exchange for? Of course, to be able to exchange for merit points, he needed to know that the Heavenly Palace did not have them. Since the Heavenly Palace already had them, he could only keep them and could not exchange them for merit points. While Lu Ming was plundering this mountain peak, on another mountain peak where the emperor gods of the great ancient world were heading to, more than 10 people were surrounded by a large group of people. These people were the skinny old man, and the others who had wanted to rob Lu Ming previously. Chapter 41-47. The skinny old man, and the others were surrounded by another group of people. There were 50 or 60 people in that group. Feng He, what do you want? The skinny elder said with a gloomy expression. What do we want? It's simple. Give me all the imprints you've obtained and I'll let you live, said the leader of the group, a white-haired old man with 6 arms. His name was Feng He, and he was smiling coldly. Fuck, shouted the skinny old man furiously. Even though they were all under the command of the great shaman shrine, they were divided into different groups. Fighting against each other was normal. Many of them hated each other. If they went to the great ancient shrine and looked for the imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient shrine, the great shaman shrine would give them great rewards. Of course, they would try their best to find the imprints. Fighting against each other was normal. It seems like you don't want to hand them over. Then, after killing you, I'll take them from you, said Feng He, smiling coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All right, we'll hand them over, said the skinny old man, grinding his teeth. Even though he didn't want to, he had to hand them over. There were so many people on the other side, and some of them were cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. They couldn't compete with them. If they didn't hand them over, they would die. The skinny old man and the others took out all the imprints they had obtained and handed them over to Feng He and the others. We've already handed them over. If you don't believe us, I can swear on my life, said the skinny old man. Good, I'll let you live today. Let's go, said Feng He, waving his hand and leaving with his people. Damn that Feng He. Damn him. Damn him. After Feng He and the others left, the skinny old man roared in anger. His face twisted in anger. He felt so wronged. He had wanted to steal something from Lu Ming, but in the end, Lu Ming had easily defeated him. He had even been forced to dig a hole in the wall by Lu Ming. Now it was even worse. He had spent a lot of effort to collect the imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient shrine, but Feng He had taken them all. He had come in vain. Patriarch, what should we do now? Asked a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Feng He stole our harvest. I won't let him off so easily. The skinny old man's eyes were ferocious. Patriarch, what do you want to do? Reporting to Feng He, but with our strength, we are no match for Feng He. One of them said. Of course we can't do it with our strength, But we have people who can. We can borrow a knife to kill them. The skinny old man said. Get someone else to do the dirty work? Whose knife did you borrow? Someone asked. Fong He and the others shouldn't have come into contact with those freaks from the outside world, right? Especially that freak who uses a long staff. The skinny old man said. No, they haven't met since they entered this place. Someone said. Good, very good. Find someone to spread false information to Fong He, saying that the person from the outside world who used the long staff had a great harvest and obtained hundreds of insights and imprints. I believe Fong He and the others will be tempted. The skinny old man said with a shrewd look in his eyes. Patriarch is wise. After Fong He knows, he will definitely go and find that person from the outside world who used the long staff. However, although Fong He and the others have more people, they won't be a match for that person. At that time, he. This subordinate admires you. After the others flattered him, they started to prepare. Lu Ming didn't know that good luck had befallen him. We've almost finished searching this mountain. We can't pass the other 3 mountains, and we can't find the main training ground. How can we increase our harvest? Lu Ming frowned and thought. Although he had obtained hundreds of insights and imprints, how could Lu Ming be satisfied with such a harvest? Those people from the great ancient world. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Hundreds of people had entered the great ancient world. With so many people searching together, they must have obtained a great harvest. It would be great if he could get all of their harvest. As for those first-class celestial soldiers, Lu Ming didn't have any thoughts about them. Most importantly, those first-class celestial soldiers weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, each of them was wearing a first-class celestial soldier armor that could withstand a full blow from a third-layer Emperor God expert. With Lu Ming's strength, even if he used the mysterious ice staff with all his strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through their defense. However, those people from the great ancient world didn't have such a defensive treasure. It would be easy to deal with them. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took action. He returned to the mountain where he came from, and then headed towards the mountain where those people from the great ancient world had gone. However, before Lu Ming could reach there, he was surrounded. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a large group of people surrounded Lu Ming. There were about 50 to 60 of them. This group of people was naturally Fong He and the others. They had heard that Lu Ming had hundreds of imprints and comprehensions left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. They were extremely excited and had immediately set off to look for Lu Ming. They hadn't thought that they would run into Lu Ming as soon as they returned to the mountain. Without saying anything, they immediately gave the order to surround Lu Ming. Little boy, hand over all the imprints and comprehensions you have. Fong He said coldly and confidently. He was sure that Lu Ming wouldn't dare resist. Lu Ming was just a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. How could he resist against so many people? Wasn't that just courting death? What? Lu Ming was stupefied. He had originally planned to rob those people from the great ancient world. He hadn't thought that they would have the same plan. What a coincidence. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Not only was it a coincidence, but it also saved him a lot of effort and gave him a good reason to do so. If he was robbed, the people of the Great Sorcerer Shrine wouldn't say anything when they found out. Little boy, what are you laughing at? Fong He asked coldly. Suddenly, a bunch of treasures came to me. What do you think? Lu Ming asked back. A bunch of treasures came to you? Little boy, what do you mean? Fong He asked coldly. What I mean is very simple. Now hand over all the comprehensions and imprints you've obtained. Hand them all over to me. Lu Ming said loudly. The crowd quieted down. 50 to 60 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming, as if he were an idiot. What did Lu Ming say? Was he going to rob them? He was just a piece of trash of the 8th godly emperor layer? Against 50 to 60 great supreme gods? Ha 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 ha. Many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some of them were shaking, some of them were crying. Chapter 41-48. Many people burst into laughter. It was hilarious, wasn't it? A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer wanted to rob 50 or 60 great supreme gods, and 4 of them had the strength of the 2nd great supreme god layer. They had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it in person. How could they not laugh in such a situation? Could it be that this little boy didn't know their cultivation level? Boom. Someone released his chi. The chi of the first great supreme god layer moved towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. He wanted to show Lu Ming how strong they were. But Lu Ming didn't move, like a rock. His facial expression didn't change. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't hand over the imprints and the insights, you'll have to hand over your lives. 3, said Lu Ming coldly. The crowd stopped laughing. Lu Ming was actually serious. He was actually counting down for them. 2, said Lu Ming. The faces of Fang He and the others turned cold, revealing a trace of killing intent. Little boy, I don't care if you're pretending to be crazy or just stalling for time. I'll show you how strong I am, shouted an old man furiously. His body was like a mountain as he moved towards Lu Ming. A terrifying wave of chi tore the space apart. It was a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. However, Lu Ming didn't care about cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. Boom. Lu Ming used the battle character formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. His body was filled with dazzling lights, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. He threw a punch. The great godly wind technique, the great shattering technique, and the other ancient secret skills exploded at the same time. A vast and boundless fist energy pierced through the air and moved towards the old man of the first great supreme god layer. The other party's attack directly collapsed under Lu Ming's fist force and was directly penetrated. Boom. The old man was pushed back. Lu Ming's fist energy had pierced through his body. Only his head was left on the ground, screaming in fear. What? The others were astonished. Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer in 1 strike. How strong was that? I'll give you 1 more chance. If you don't hand it over, you'll end up like him. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Let's attack together. I don't believe that a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer can be that strong, shouted Fang He furiously, releasing the chi of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Apart from Fang He, the other 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer also released their chi. The 4 of them were the fastest. They charged towards Lu Ming from 4 different directions. Each of them unleashed a killing move to seal off Lu Ming's escape route. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. However, Lu Ming had the greater teleportation technique. If he wanted to avoid it, it was very simple. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. He was just a cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Why would he need to dodge? The Bingxian staff had already appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Boundless forbidden energy was crazily pouring into the Bingxian staff. The Bingxian staff emitted buzzing sounds as it flew out. A gigantic staff shadow appeared in the sky. It moved in 4 different directions, aiming at the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Boom, 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 boom. There were 4 consecutive explosions, and then 4 horrible shrieks. 4 silhouettes were blown away. It was Fang He and the others. The 4 of them were blown away like meteors. The cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were also rushing towards Lu Ming. They were ready to attack him after the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer had attacked him. Then they would finish him off. They hadn't thought that the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer would be blown away before they could even reach him. They didn't have time to dodge. Then, a large number of cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were blown away, coughing up blood. In a short while, at least a dozen people were seriously injured. The rest of the cultivators of the first great supreme god layer weren't blown away, but they were scared out of their wits. They released their strength crazily, not to attack but to stop themselves from moving forward. Then they moved back, trying to put some distance between them and Lu Ming. They were terrified. If you want to run away, you'll die first. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. The next moment, his figure had already appeared in another direction. There were a few people running the fastest in that direction, but Lu Ming directly appeared in front of the few people who were running the fastest, and attacked with the mysterious ice rod. Pung pung. Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer exploded and died on the spot. Only a few rings were left, which Lu Ming grabbed. The others didn't dare move. They stopped in the air and looked at Lu Ming in fright. Great teleportation technique. They recognized it. It was one of the top 100 secret techniques of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Unless they were much stronger than Lu Ming, they couldn't compete with Lu Ming in terms of speed. They couldn't run away. How could they dare run away? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. One of the old men roared. I'll give it to you too. I'll give it to you too. With one of them having their mental defenses broken, the others were in a much simpler state. They all expressed that they would hand over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court. Come one by one. Don't try anything funny. If I find out, you'll die miserably, said Lu Ming coldly. Then, one by one, the celestial thearchs stepped forward obediently and handed over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the ancient divine court. Even though treasures were precious, they were more important than their own lives. Lin Feng put them in a ring. He didn't care if there were any duplicates. However, Lu Ming knew that there would be duplicates. After all, some of the treasures were from the same ancient secret technique. However, he didn't have time to distinguish them. It wouldn't be too late to do so later. What about you guys? Finally, Lu Ming looked at the ground. Feng He and the others were still lying there, pretending to be dead. Damn it! Why is this kid so abnormal? No, I heard that this kid has a lot of treasures. Could it be that someone deliberately gave it to me? Did they suffer because of this kid? Did I fall into a trap? Feng He roared in his heart. However, he had lived for a long time and was very meticulous. He quickly thought of something and almost vomited blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that someone deliberately leaked the information to him. The purpose was to kill him with a borrowed knife. He immediately thought of the skinny old man. Damn it! Damn it! Feng He kept roaring in his heart. His face was distorted. Bang! A foot accurately stepped on Feng He's face, causing Feng He's face to be heavily pressed against the ground. This foot naturally belonged to Lu Ming. Chapter 41-49. Lu Ming stepped on Feng He's face with one foot and looked down at him. He said coldly, "Look at your ferocious face. Are you unconvinced and want to take revenge on me? Then I'll have to send you on your way." No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not unconvinced. Feng He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly begged for mercy, afraid that Lu Ming would misunderstand him again. I'm willing to hand over all my insights and imprints, Feng He shouted as he handed his storage ring to Lu Ming. At least you know what's good for you. Lu Ming waved his hand and took Feng He's storage ring. Feng He was tongue-tied. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He wailed in his heart. He really wanted to shout, "I just want to give you the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the Archean Divine Court. I didn't want to give you the entire storage ring. You take the insights and imprints and return the storage ring to me." However, when he saw Lu Ming's cold eyes, he swallowed his words. He really didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, Lu Ming would be annoyed and beat him to death. His heart was bleeding. Lu Ming had already started to collect the insights and imprints of the others. Soon, the insights and imprints of the 50 to 60 people were all collected by Lu Ming. Let's find the others, Lu Ming muttered. He moved and left to continue looking for the other experts of the Archean Divine Court. Stop right there. Not long after, Lu Ming met a dozen people. Coincidentally, the leader was the skinny old man. Hand over all your insights and imprints, Lu Ming said coldly. Young hero, our insights and imprints have been taken away by others. I can swear on my life origin, the skinny old man said. They have been taken away by others. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't bother to pay attention to the skinny old man and the others and left directly. As soon as Lu Ming left, the skinny old man immediately revealed a happy expression. Ha ha ha, it seems that Feng He has already met this person. Most likely he won't be able to keep the insights and imprints on him. If I can't get them, you can forget about getting them either. Ha ha ha. The skinny old man laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. How would Lu Ming know about these trivial matters? Next, he kept looking for the experts of the great ancient world, and made them obediently hand over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the primordial divine court. The strongest cultivators of the ancient divine court had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming when he used his full strength. In order to survive, they had no choice but to obediently hand over their knowledge and imprints to Lu Ming. After making a big round, Lu Ming had a bountiful harvest, and a satisfied smile hung on his face. On the other side, the same thing was happening in the 3 dojos of the ancient sorcerer divine temple. Yi Yu led the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace to suppress the experts of the archaic world and take their insights and imprints. Facing Yi Yu and the others, the experts of the archaic world had no choice but to hand them over. At this moment, Yi Yu suddenly looked up into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. There was a deep rumbling sound in the sky, which startled everyone. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Lu Ming and the others also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky and looked up. That's... Everyone's pupils shrank. Amidst the haze, they seemed to see a palace appear. Previously, they had looked up into the sky, but it was white and covered by clouds. They couldn't see anything. They hadn't expected to see a palace appear. Could it be the 7th dojo, the main dojo? At that moment, the same thought emerged in everyone's minds. According to the records of the Sorcerer Divine Temple, there were a total of 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. There were 6 ordinary dojos and 1 main dojo. The ordinary dojos were where the ordinary experts of the archaic divine court went to preach and gain insights. The main dojo was where the most powerful experts of the archaic divine court went to preach and gain insights. It was the true core of the Great Ancient Divine Court, and was no small matter. They hadn't noticed it before, and thought that there was a mistake in the records of the Sorcerer Divine Temple. Now it seemed that the main dojo had been hidden in the sky and had finally appeared. The deep rumbling sound in the sky became more and more obvious, and the appearance of the palace became more and more obvious. It was different from the 6 peaks below them. The one in the sky wasn't a peak, but a real palace. It was a huge palace. Whoosh. At this moment, someone moved. He shot up into the sky and rushed toward the palace in the sky. Once someone moved, the others immediately followed suit, including Lu Ming. Everyone was like a shooting star as they rushed toward the palace in the sky. However, after they flew up for a while, their speed quickly slowed down. The reason for that was because they felt an enormous pressure pressing down on them. The pressure came from the palace in the sky. The closer they got to the palace, the stronger the pressure. At this time, the difference in their cultivations was obvious. Those with lower cultivation and weaker abilities slowed down and fell behind the others. Those with higher cultivation and stronger abilities slowed down a lot, but they were still getting closer to the palace. Lu Ming was one of the people who was getting closer to the palace. Lu Ming's forbidden energy covered his body, and a layer of dazzling light shrouded his body. He activated the archaic secret skill, and slashed upward with his palm like a knife. Kaboom! A strong force blasted out and collided with the pressure above. It broke through the pressure, allowing Lu Ming to continue flying upward. However, the closer he got to the palace, the greater the pressure. Behind him, it wasn't as simple as the pressure. Whoosh! Lu Ming felt a bone-piercing chill pouring down from above. It was like a wave rushing toward them. Poof! Poof! The cultivators of the first great supreme god layer of the archaic world coughed up blood and fell down. They weren't able to block the wave of energy. The cultivators of the second great supreme god layer used their full strength to attack. They broke through the wave of energy and continued flying upward. At the same time, Lu Ming realized that not far away, there was a golden light. It was the other first-class celestial soldiers. Those first-class celestial soldiers activated their first-class celestial soldier battle armor to block the wave of energy. Lu Ming also activated his first-class celestial soldier battle armor to block the wave of energy. He continued flying upward. However, the more he flew upward, the stronger the wave of energy became. Behind him, the cultivators of the second great supreme god layer of the archaic world were getting slower and slower. They couldn't stop trembling under the pressure. Poof! After a while, a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer couldn't take it anymore. He coughed up blood and fell down. Chapter 4150. The cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it anymore and started falling down. After the first cultivator of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it anymore, the other cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it either. They kept falling down, their bodies covered by a layer of ice. The power that surged down from above was filled with a bone-piercing chill, as if it could freeze everything. At that moment, the first-class celestial soldiers also took out their weapons and started attacking. However, some of the weaker first-class celestial soldiers couldn't bear it anymore. For example, there were first-class celestial soldiers of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer. There weren't many first-class celestial soldiers at that level. After a while, they couldn't bear it anymore and fell down. It was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall back. The further they went, the fewer people there were. On Lu Ming's side, only Lu Ming and 30 first-class celestial soldiers were left. Those first-class celestial soldiers all had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They were all extremely strong. Only Lu Ming had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. On the other side, on the side of the ancient sorcerer shrine, the strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine had all been eliminated. Only the celestial human clan and the core disciples of the heavenly palace were left. Although they didn't have first-class celestial armors, the armors they wore were no small matter. They had the same effect as first-class celestial armors. They could also block the energy coming from above. Adding on the fact that they were in control of great killing weapons, they were able to continuously charge up at an extremely fast speed. Just like that, another moment passed. We're almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were already very close to the palace. They could already see the edge of it. Lu Ming used his full strength, wanting to fly up from one side of the palace. The others did the same. All kinds of powerful weapons were fired out, piercing through that power and opening up a path. After a few minutes, they finally reached the top of the palace. It's a public square. As soon as they reached the top of the palace, Lu Ming glanced around. They landed on a gigantic public square made of white jade. However, Lu Ming knew that it wasn't ordinary white jade. Ordinary white jade couldn't have been preserved for so many years. There were many strange statues around the public square. Those statues had different shapes. Some looked like beasts, some looked like humans. In the middle of the public square, there was a flight of stairs leading up to a palace. Other than these, the square stretched as far as the eye could see and was completely empty. There was nothing else. There were no imprints or insights. Imprints and insights. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the staircase. In the process of dashing out, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly at all here. There was a strong pressure suppressing him from the outside. How could the other first-rate heavenly soldier fall behind? They all rushed towards the staircase. When they got closer, Lu Ming realized that it wasn't a flight of stairs at all. The other 3 directions of the stairs also had stairs leading up. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the stairs without any abnormalities. Lu Ming relaxed a little. He had experienced too many different stairs in the past. Many of those stairs were filled with all kinds of tests. Only those with great strength and talent could climb up. Therefore, when he saw the stairs, he subconsciously thought that there was some kind of test. In the end, he realized that he was overthinking. It was just an ordinary flight of stairs. Lu Ming increased his speed and continued to climb. Soon he reached the end of the stairs. It was a huge platform. The other 30 first-class heavenly soldiers also climbed up. But as soon as they came up, their expressions changed. That was because a group of people appeared opposite them. They were the dozen or so people from the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace. It's them. The expressions of the 30 first-class heavenly soldiers changed drastically. The other party naturally saw them. Mu Yun. It's that kid. Many cold gazes were directed at Lu Ming. Most of them were from the heavenly human tribe, especially a few of them who had been defeated by Lu Ming and driven away by Lu Ming. All of you stop right there. A loud shout was heard. Then, a powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, the dozen or so sky prides of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Very good. Looks like you've joined the Grand Magus Temple. That's just right. Yi Yu nodded, a strange light flashing in her eyes. The 31st class heavenly soldiers were a little confused. They had cooperated with the Grand Magus Temple, while Yu and the others had cooperated with the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. They had thought that Yu would go crazy when he saw them, but he said, "That's just right." What did that mean? We can't go to the other 3 of the 6 ordinary dojos, so we can't get the insights and seals there. But you came from there and brought the insights and seals here. Very good, very good. Now give me your insights and seals. Then, you can go back the way you came. Yu continued to speak. Her voice was still calm, but it was full of unquestionable authority. The faces of the 31st class heavenly soldiers darkened. They finally understood what Yu meant by "that's just right." It turned out that they had brought the insights and seals of the other 3 dojos. It was very good. Young Master Yu, you're going too far. We entered the great ancient world to find our own opportunities. If you found any opportunities, we would never snatch them from you. But we found them ourselves. You're going too far if you want to take them away like this. Yes, we would never dare to go against you. Since young Master Yu has found this place, we'll leave now. But our previous gains don't conflict with young Master Yu's. The sky prides of the top 10 clans spoke one after another. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to negotiate with us? A cold shout interrupted the first-class heavenly soldiers. It was Yi Er, who had been defeated by Lu Ming and had retreated. That's right. We let you in this time to assist us. You want to take away the opportunities here? How naive. Another sky pride of the heavenly human tribe said. When we came in, the big shots of the heavenly palace didn't say that to us. They said that the opportunities in the great ancient world belong to us. They didn't say that we're here to assist you. A young man shouted. He was from the demon tribe, one of the top 10 clans. Chapter 41:51. Shouted one of the demon kings. The demon clan was hot-tempered. He couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the heavenly human clan, he would have slapped anyone who dared talk to him like that. How dare you disobey us? Yell shouted and stepped out. His body was enveloped by a strange power. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the demon lord's genius, pressing down with his palm. The demon clan's genius expression changed drastically. He shouted furiously, "Don't think I'm afraid of you." At the same time, Demon Chi dashed to the sky and turned into a demon fist. Boom. Their attacks collided, and there was a loud explosion. Then a silhouette was pushed back. It was the demon clan's genius. He coughed up blood. One of his fists had exploded. His entire arm had almost exploded. In the face of Yale, he was completely crushed. That was normal. They were both at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, but the demon clan's genius could only fight against opponents who were 4 cultivation levels higher than him, while Yale could fight against opponents who were 5 cultivation levels higher than him. The difference between their fighting abilities was too great. So strong. The other first-class celestial soldiers gasped. They knew how strong the demon clan's genius was. He was one of the candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. He was extremely strong. Once he broke through to the Great Supreme God layer, he would be able to challenge the Universe Young Geniuses list. Such an existence couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yale, when they were at the same level. It was simply too terrifying. Was that the strength of the heavenly human clan? Demon clan? Hee. The top 10 clans are slaves to the heavenly human clan. Do you understand? You can act high and mighty in front of other clans, but in front of us, you can only lower your heads. Now kneel down and kowtow to me. If you admit your mistakes, I'll spare your life. Yale's haughty voice rang out. His gaze swept across everyone. Everyone who was swept by his gaze had an extremely ugly expression. At the end of his sentence, Yale's gaze returned to the demon race's prodigy. Don't even think about it, shouted the demon clan's genius furiously. His demon chi enveloped him, and his body swelled up. He looked ferocious. He activated the first-grade celestial soldier armor on his body. At the same time, a pitch-black demonic saber appeared in his hand. This was his killing weapon. If he couldn't fight the other party with his true strength, then he would rely on his great killing weapon and the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor. With the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor, he would be invincible. He didn't believe that Yale's attacks could reach the third great supreme god layer. Stubborn fool, you're courting death. Seeing that the prodigy of the demon race still dared to resist, Yi felt that his dignity was being challenged. His face was extremely dark, and cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this jade talisman, the demon prodigy roared, "Forbidden weapon domain talisman." After saying that, he retreated rapidly, trying to escape. "It's too late to leave now," said Yi coldly. He pinched the forbidden weapon domain talisman in his hand, and a formless energy spread out, enveloping everyone, including the demon race's genius. The instant the demon race's genius was enveloped by the forbidden weapon domain, the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor on his body instantly dimmed. It shrank and disappeared into his body. At the same time, he lost the connection to the great killing weapon in his hand. He couldn't use it anymore. Whoosh! Yi took a step forward and appeared above the demon race's genius. He used his finger as a sword and slashed down. This sword was extremely powerful and filled with murderous intent. It was extremely terrifying. The demon race's genius roared and used all his strength to block it. However, in the Divine Emperor realm, a difference of one great supreme god layer was huge. It could be easily killed. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere as a head flew off. It was the head of the demon race's genius. Yi was holding it in his hand. "Spare me! Spare me! I know I was wrong." The demon race's genius wasn't dead yet. His soul was still there. In the face of death, the demon race's genius was finally afraid. He screamed in fear and started begging for mercy. "I said, it's too late to beg for mercy now," said Yi coldly as he exerted force with his hand. With a loud bang, the sky pride of the demon race's head exploded. Naturally, the soul inside dissipated into thin air. A top monster who had a chance of entering the universe prodigy list in the future was killed just like that. At the scene, the other first-class celestial soldiers' faces were extremely ugly. They felt very aggrieved. Yes, aggrieved. Out of everyone present, which one of them wasn't a peerless prodigy with a boundless future? Which one of them wasn't dazzling like the moon surrounded by stars? But now, in front of the heavenly human tribe, they felt like grandsons. But at the same time, they were also frightened. The heavenly human race was too strong. They couldn't fight against them at all. Do you see that? This is the result of disobeying us. Who dares to resist? Yi-Er's cold gaze swept across the scene. At the same time, the other heavenly human race's geniuses exuded powerful auras. All the first-class celestial soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. No one dared to say a word. Even the Battle Saint tribe's geniuses, who were famous for their battle prowess, didn't dare to say a word. The heavenly human race's reputation was too deep, and they were too strong. Yi-Er obviously wasn't the strongest person in the heavenly human race. Yi was obviously the leader of the heavenly human race. If he wasn't the strongest, how strong would the strongest person be? Even if they attacked together, it would be dangerous. Since none of you have any objections, then hand over the insights and imprints on your body. As long as you hand them over, you can leave safely. But, as Yi-Er spoke until here, he looked at Lu Ming. Cold killing intent erupted from him as he said coldly, "As long as the others hand over their insights and imprints, they can leave. Only you can't leave. There's only one outcome for you, and that's death." "Oh, with just you a loser?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could it be so easy to kill him? Yi-Er glared at Lu Ming. "You guys can play by yourselves. It has nothing to do with me. Goodbye." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. On the right side of the platform, there was a wide staircase that went all the way up. Above that was the palace. Lu Ming walked towards the staircase. This scene caused the faces of all the heavenly human race to turn gloomy. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore them. This was simply disgraceful. "Want to leave? Stay here." A burly heavenly human race's genius bellowed. His figure was like a gust of wind as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His claws were like hooks, grabbing towards Lu Ming's head. As his claws swiped past, the space was like a piece of paper that had decayed for thousands of years, turning into ashes. What terrifying strength! The moment an expert made a move, one would know if he was strong or not. The moment this heavenly human race's genius made a move, he displayed terrifying combat strength. Everyone felt that this person's combat strength was stronger than Yi Er's. Chapter 4152. The first-class heavenly soldiers present were all shocked. This burly heavenly human youth had only unleashed a simple attack, but his terrifying battle prowess was fully displayed. He gave off the feeling that he was even more powerful than Yi Er. Terrifying. The heavenly human tribe was indeed terrifying. A genius of this level was rare among the billions of races in the untainted universe. But any one of the heavenly human tribe was so terrifying. The heavenly human tribe was even more mysterious and terrifying in their hearts. He's so powerful. Can Muyin block it? The thought flashed through everyone's mind. Yale was the only one who was shocked. He quickly shouted, "Be careful, don't be careless." But it was too late. Lu Ming had already made his move. Boom. Lu Ming's body was shrouded in dazzling light. He threw out a punch and collided with the burly young man's claw. It was as if divine thunder had exploded. Crack. Then, the sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the area. Then a figure was pushed back. SSS gasps could be heard from the scene. The pupils of the first-class heavenly soldier widened, revealing deep shock. The one who was sent flying was naturally the burly young man from the heavenly human tribe. Not only was he sent flying, but his claw was also deformed. It was obvious that his bones were broken. Terrifying. The burly young man from the heavenly human tribe was absolutely terrifying. He was at least a peerless genius who could fight with someone 5 levels higher than him. He was even stronger than Yale. But he was injured by Lu Ming with one move and his bones were broken. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than his opponent's. This kind of combat strength was really terrifying. Not only the first-class heavenly soldiers, but the core disciples of the heavenly palace and the other young men from the heavenly human tribe were also shocked. A mere human actually has such combat strength. Good, very good. The one who spoke was Yiyu. There was a fiery glow in his eyes as he stared at Lu Ming and said, "Your combat power is not bad. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and follow me in the future. I'll give you unimaginable power and status." The stronger Lu Ming was, the more Yiyu wanted to subdue him. As long as he subdued Lu Ming would become his sharp sword in the future, fighting for him and conquering the world for him. To be honest, although there were many geniuses who sought refuge with him, none of them had the talent and battle prowess of Lu Ming. As soon as Yiyu said this, many people revealed looks of envy and jealousy, including some of the heavenly human tribe. What kind of honor was it to be valued so highly by Yiyu? What kind of opportunity was this? They couldn't ask for it even if they wanted to. Just when everyone thought that Lu Ming would definitely agree, Lu Ming smiled calmly and said, "Not interested." After saying that, he turned around and continued to walk up. What? Everyone else was stunned. What did they hear? Lu Ming actually refused. Lu Ming actually rejected such an enviable opportunity and good fortune without even thinking? Yiyu's expression instantly darkened. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said, "You'd better reconsider." "There's no need to reconsider." Lu Ming waved his hand and didn't even look back. Arrogant. Ignorant. Disgraceful. Such a person can't be allowed to live. Cold voices rang out from the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace. At the same time, powerful auras burst out and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming turned around and looked in a direction. There were 4 young women standing side by side there. They were graceful and beautiful, and each of them was unparalleled. These 4 were the 4 disciples of the Lord of Heaven from the Great Dream Realm. At this time, they had already removed the Great Dream power and revealed their true appearances. Autumn Moon really isn't here. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Autumn Moon wasn't among the 4 of them. Obviously, Autumn Moon didn't enter the archaic world this time. "You don't have to do anything. I'll do it." An extremely cold voice rang out. It was from Yiyu. His face was calm, but a cold light flashed in his eyes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Beside Yiyu, a few young men from the heavenly human tribe couldn't help but shudder. Those who knew Yi Yu knew that this was a sign that Yi Yu was extremely angry. Every time this happened, someone would end up in a miserable state. Whoosh. As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment he appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed his palm down on Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yi Yu didn't use the great shift technique. He didn't move directly in front of him, but because his speed was so fast, it looked like he was teleporting. Without thinking, Lu Ming threw out a punch with all his might. The fist and palm collided. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently as a destructive force swept out in all directions. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically as they frantically retreated. Those who retreated too slowly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying strength. At that moment, Lu Ming's body was shaking violently. He could sense that Yi Yu's palm was filled with a terrifying strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the end, Lu Ming was pushed back a dozen steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just like when Lu Ming had fought against the tall and sturdy young man from the heavenly human tribe. The situation was completely reversed. This time, it was Lu Ming who had been injured in one attack. That Yi Yu is extremely strong. He's a godly emperor, and can fight against people who are at least 6 cultivation levels higher than him. Lu Ming's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Yi Yu was terrifyingly strong. Even though he only had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, his fighting abilities were terrifying. Lu Ming guessed that Yi Yu could fight against people who were at least 6 cultivation levels higher than him. Lu Ming had never seen such a monstrous cultivator. It was the first time. He had never seen such a powerful genius before. Whether it was Di Jianyi, Dark Knight Rose or the other monstrous cultivators, none of them were as strong as Yi Yu. In the godly emperor layer, one could fight against people who were at least 6 cultivation levels higher than him. Fortunately, Lu Ming had recently used the Blessings Tower to cultivate more than 5,000 secret skills to strengthen his forbidden strength. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have been able to defeat Yi Yu if they were at the same cultivation level. Even so, Lu Ming was not completely confident that he could defeat Yi Yu if they were at the same cultivation level. Who knew if Yi Yu had used his full strength? The heavenly human tribe was terrifying. "Submit and follow me or die," shouted Yi Yu coldly. His eyes were extremely cold as he walked towards Lu Ming. "You're just 1 cultivation level higher than me. Do you think you can defeat me if we're at the same cultivation level?" shouted Lu Ming. He then turned around and left. Yi Yu's fighting abilities were obviously above his. In addition, there were so many geniuses from the heavenly human tribe, and the core disciples from the heavenly palace. If they continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous for him. Lu Ming ran up the stairs. Chapter 4153. Lu Ming ran up the stairs. How could Yi Yu let him go? "You want to leave? Stay." Yi Yu shouted coldly and chased after Lu Ming. Yi Yu's speed was amazing, but Lu Ming was not slow either. Lu Ming covered his body with the great godly wind technique. He was as fast as lightning, not slower than Yi Yu. The two of them rushed up the stairs. Chase! The other core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace quickly chased after Lu Ming. As for those first-rate heavenly soldiers, they looked at each other, and then all of them flew back and retreated. The core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace had forgotten about them because of Lu Ming. Why were they still here? They should leave quickly. They did not want to comprehend and imprint. Damn it! When Yi Yu and the rest sensed that the first-grade heavenly soldiers had fled, they roared furiously in their hearts. They then shifted their anger to Lu Ming. If it were not for Lu Ming, would things have turned out this way? How could they let those first-class heavenly soldiers escape? It was all Lu Ming's fault. They naturally did not think that it was because they had provoked Lu Ming first that things had turned out this way. In their hearts, what they did was right and right. Therefore they did not have the concept of wrong at all. They wanted Lu Ming to pay the price. The two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, were very fast. Soon, they reached the end of the stairs. At the end of the stairs, Lu Ming could not help but stare. At the end of the stairs was also a platform, but this platform was different from the one below. The ground of this platform was covered with futons. At a glance, there were at least thousands of futons. At the very front of these praying mats, there was a huge stone wall. This stone wall was very large. It was rectangular and about 1,000 meters high, but it was tens of thousands of meters long and dozens of meters thick. It was hard to tell what kind of stone it was, but it gave off an ancient feeling. What made Lu Ming unable to move his eyes away the most was that the stone wall was covered with densely packed carvings. These carvings were grotesquely shaped and had all kinds of shapes. Some of them were just random scratches, as if they had been left by a sword. Some of them looked like saber marks, while others looked like palm prints or fist prints. These were all relatively simple carvings. Some of the carvings were much more complicated. Some looked like a fierce tiger, some looked like a divine dragon, some looked like a burning flame, or a whistling gale. There were at least 1,000 types of them. Ancient secret technique. These were all comprehensions and imprints related to the grand ancient secret technique. Needless to say, these were all left behind by the experts of the grand ancient divine court. This was the true place to preach and comprehend the Tao. From the futons on the ground, it could be inferred that in the distant past, the experts of the grand ancient divine court would preach and occasionally engrave their comprehensions on the stone wall. Below, many disciples of the grand ancient divine court would sit cross-legged on the futons and listen to the teachings. Or they could comprehend the grand ancient secret technique from the stone wall. I'm rich. Lu Ming's heart immediately became hot, and his eyes were filled with a fiery light. With so many comprehensions and secret techniques left behind by the grand ancient divine court, how many grand ancient secret techniques could he exchange for? If he took them to the heavenly palace, how many merit points and treasures would he be able to exchange for? At this moment, Yu also came to the top of the stairs. He was also shocked by the scene in front of him. These comprehensions and imprints left behind by the experts of the grand ancient divine court are all mine. Yu roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with greed. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. He directly rushed towards the stone wall. Kid, you're courting death. Yu shouted coldly and rushed towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first before taking the stone wall. Here, except for Lu Ming, no one dared to disobey him. However, just as Lu Ming dashed out for a distance, he was suddenly shocked. There was an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. Then one of the praying mats in front of him actually transformed into a ferocious tiger. With a roar, it pounced toward him. The wind was extinguished, and its sharp claws scratched at Lu Ming's head. Its power was very shocking. It was definitely at the Divine Emperor realm, and not an ordinary one. Lu Ming did not hesitate, and activated the first-class celestial soldier armor. A layer of light shrouded his body. Crack! The fierce tiger's claws scratched the first-class celestial soldier armor, and there was an ear-piercing sound. Although it did not break through the armor's defense, Lu Ming's body was blocked. Behind him, Yu had already caught up. He struck out with his palm and bombarded the first-class celestial soldier armor. The first-class celestial soldier armor shook violently, but it was blocked. Watch me break your celestial soldier armor. Yu shouted coldly. A silver spear appeared in his palm, emitting a terrifying wave. A great killing weapon. This was definitely a great killing weapon, and a terrifying one at that. Yu activated the silver spear, emitting a terrifying wave. Just as he was about to attack Lu Ming again, the other futons around them also changed. Some of these futons turned into giant wolves, some into divine dragons, and some into giant birds. As for some of them, they transformed into humanoid living beings. They held swords in their hands and charged toward them. In an instant, at least 10 figures charged towards Lu Ming and Yu. These creatures were very powerful. Lu Ming and Yu felt a sense of danger, and did not dare to be careless. Lu Ming took out the zephyr bead. Strong winds whistled out from the zephyr bead, rushing forward and colliding with these creatures. With a loud rumble, these creatures were blocked by the strong winds. However, the strong winds shook violently and were almost destroyed. Yu did not continue to attack Lu Ming. The long robe on his body emitted a layer of light, enveloping him. The long robe on his body was similar to a celestial soldier armor. Its defensive power was amazing, even stronger than a first-class celestial soldier armor. At the same time, He brandished the long spear in his hand. Numerous spear shadows shot out, knocking away the living beings formed by the prayer mats. However, at this time, the other futons around them also changed. At least a few thousand futons had all turned into creatures of different forms. In fact, these futons could not be called creatures. They should be a kind of imprint. For the time being, they were called creatures. Thousands of creatures all looked at Lu Ming and Yi Yu. At the same time, the other prodigies of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace also arrived. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed. "Come here and help me stop these creatures. I will kill Mu Yun," Yi Yu shouted. Chapter 4154. Yi Yu wanted to call the others over to help him block the living beings transformed from the futons, so that he could free up his hands to deal with Lu Ming. Now, with so many creatures pouncing on them, it was difficult for him to attack Lu Ming with all his might. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to break through Lu Ming's first-class celestial soldier armor. He needed to use all his strength to break through the defense of the first-class celestial soldier armor. "Let's go." Attack. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. As they rushed out, their bodies emitted dazzling rays of light. They were all wearing extremely high-level battle armor, similar to the armor of a first-class heavenly soldier. Their defensive power was astonishing. This was their confidence. Otherwise, they would not dare to rashly charge over in the face of so many living beings formed from praying mats. At the same time, weapons appeared in their hands. These weapons emitted powerful waves of energy. They were all great killing weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before he arrived, attacks flew out one after another, flying towards the living beings formed by the praying mats around Yi Yu, blocking those living beings. This way, Yi Yu was able to free up his hands. Mu Yun. Yi Yu's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming used the greater godly wind technique. His body flashed continuously, dodging the attack of a creature on a futon, and continued to run forward. "Kill!" Yi Yu hollered, his golden hair flying in the wind. He swept out his silver spear, sending a few living creatures flying. He took a step forward and chased after Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. The core disciples of the heavenly human race and the heavenly palace had already rushed over. With so many people attacking at the same time, they kept attacking the futon creatures, blocking all the futon creatures that were charging toward Yi Yu. As a result, Yi Yu's speed increased greatly and he caught up with Lu Ming in no time. Swoosh. The silver spear pierced through the void like a bolt of silver lightning, thrusting towards Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming had to deal with the praying mat creatures, and because the silver spear was too fast, he couldn't dodge it in time and was stabbed directly. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The light barrier formed by the first-grade celestial soldier armor was constantly trembling. Lu Ming was pushed forward by a powerful force, and in front of him, several praying mats charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly drew out the power inside the Zephyr bead to block the creatures on the futons. At this time, Lu Ming felt that the energy of the first-class heavenly soldier battle armor on his body was almost exhausted. What a powerful attack! It's comparable to the strength of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Yi was really strong. After using his deadly weapon, his attacks were comparable to a real cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod. Little brat, die. Yi Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His silver spear thrusted towards Lu Ming again. The first attack broke through the defense of Lu Ming's first-grade celestial soldier battle armor. The second attack would kill Lu Ming. That was his plan. Although Lu Ming was talented, if he could subdue him, he would be of great use to him. But he could see that with Lu Ming's temperament, he couldn't subdue him. Since he couldn't subdue him, he couldn't use him, and he had already offended him, he couldn't let him live. He had to get rid of him. Whoosh. The silver spear thrusted towards Lu Ming's head again. Danger. At this moment, Lu Ming felt deeply threatened. Yi Yu's attack had reached the strength of the third great supreme god layer. If he was hit, even if his vitality was extremely strong, he would still be in danger. The attack of a third great supreme god layer was enough to destroy all the cells in his body. At this moment, Lu Ming only had two choices. One was to use the mysterious ice rod to block Yi Yu's attack. But even if Lu Ming used the mysterious ice rod, his fighting strength couldn't compare to Yi Yu's. Even if he could block the attack, he would be injured and sent flying. If it was any other place, it would be fine. The key was that there were praying mat creatures everywhere. These praying mat creatures were all very terrifying. If he was blasted away and surrounded by these praying mat creatures, he would be in an even more passive and dangerous situation. The other option was to use the greater teleportation technique to leave. But Lu Ming wasn't sure. There was a strong pressure here. He couldn't even fly. How could he teleport? But how would he know if he didn't try? Lu Ming decided to use both options at the same time. He used the mysterious ice rod while using the greater teleportation technique. While using the greater teleportation technique, he felt a strong pressure all around him. It was as if he was in a quagmire. There was a strong force pulling him from all directions. But what made Lu Ming happy was that this force didn't completely lock Lu Ming in place. Lu Ming felt that there was still some space. Get out of here! Lu Ming roared in his heart. He gave up on using the mysterious ice rod, and used all his strength to use the greater teleportation technique. Finally, Lu Ming seemed to have forcibly broken free from the pulling force around him. His figure disappeared from the spot. Just as Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot, Yi Yu's long spear pierced the spot where Lu Ming was standing just now. As soon as Lu Ming disappeared, Yi Yu's spear pierced nothing. The terrifying force pierced a hole in the praying mat creature in front of him. The creature trembled a few times and then dissipated. It turned back into a praying mat and fell to the ground. It seemed that this praying mat creature wasn't completely invincible. It was just too difficult. Yi Yu's move just now was almost at the peak of his combat strength. That was why he defeated it in one move. Damn it! Yi Yu roared in his heart and looked forward. 100 meters away, Lu Ming's figure appeared. That's right. Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique and only moved 100 meters away. Originally, in other places, Lu Ming could use the greater teleportation technique to move at least 10,000 miles away. But the pressure here was too strong. When Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique, although he broke free from the pulling force, it was still greatly affected. Its power was greatly reduced, and he could only move 100 meters away. But Lu Ming was already overjoyed. This place was not like other places. It was full of thousands of praying mats. It was not easy to move 10 meters, let alone 100 meters. In this place, teleporting 100 meters was enough. Damn it! Let's attack together. Don't let that kid escape. Yi Yu roared furiously. He led the Heavenly Human Clan's experts, and the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's big shots to charge toward Lu Ming. With so many of them working together, their speed was very fast. However, before they could move 100 meters, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique again, and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was 100 meters away. 100 meters, that's enough. That stone wall is mine. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. He continued to use the greater teleportation technique, and moved 100 meters closer to the stone wall. Chapter 4155. Lu Ming constantly approached the stone wall. Those praying mats simply could not hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming constantly dodged them. His speed was much faster than Yi Yu and the others. This made Yi Yu and the others very anxious. Mu Yun, that stone wall is mine. If you dare to touch it, I guarantee that I will make you suffer an incomparably miserable fate. I guarantee. Yi Yu roared. Lu Ming snorted disdainfully. He simply could not be bothered with Yi Yu and continued towards the stone wall. There was a distance of at least tens of thousands of meters from the outermost area to the stone wall. The distance was not considered short. Lu Ming shifted 10 times in a row, and shifted a distance of about 1,000 meters. He then let out a long breath. It consumed too much energy. Although he could use the greater teleportation technique here, every time he did so, it consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, the energy consumption was even greater than outside. After continuously shifting 10 times, Lu Ming felt his energy rapidly depleting. If this continued, he might not be able to reach the stone wall before exhausting all his energy. Major Primal Pill. With a thought, a Longan-sized divine pill appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The divine pill was green in color and filled with the fragrance of plants. This kind of medicinal pill contained incomparably pure and dense life essence. In the great desolate universe, it was priceless. Every single one of them was extremely valuable. Sometimes it could not be bought even if one had the money. This was what Lu Ming had exchanged for at the Merit Exchange Hall in the Heavenly Palace. Because the elvenwood core on hand was almost used up, Lu Ming had exchanged for some secret techniques and ancient secret techniques at the Merit Exchange Hall the last time, as well as various divine pills. Most of the divine pills were like the elvenwood core, replenishing life essence. The major primal pill was one of the top divine pills. It contained dense life essence and was incomparably pure. It could be rapidly absorbed and converted. Its effects were even better than the elvenwood core. Opening his mouth, Lu Ming sucked the major primal pill into his mouth. The pure life force surged into Lu Ming's body and quickly turned into forbidden energy, replenishing Lu Ming's strength. Then Lu Ming continued executing the greater teleportation technique, approaching that stone wall. Seeing Lu Ming getting closer and closer to the stone wall, Yi was furious. His eyes were ferocious as he stared at Lu Ming. "Quick, charge with all your might! Charge with all your might!" Yi roared and rushed forward with all his might. He cooperated with the other heavenly human tribe geniuses and the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace. Their speed was also very fast, but compared to Lu Ming, they were still a bit slower. Just like that, every time he teleported, he would get 100 meters closer to the stone wall. When he didn't have enough strength, he would use the Great Yuan to supplement it. After a period of time, Lu Ming finally got close to the stone wall. Once he was within 1,000 meters of the stone wall, those praying mats stopped and didn't continue attacking Lu Ming. This way, Lu Ming was much more relaxed. Finally, he didn't need to continue using the greater teleportation technique. He took large strides and ran with all his might, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. Collect it. Once he was under the stone wall, Lu Ming took out a high-level storage ring. Facing the stone wall, he circulated his forbidden energy. Instantly, a surge of energy enveloped the stone wall. With a buzz, the entire stone wall disappeared. Lu Ming had collected it into the storage ring. Success. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He was originally worried that this stone wall wouldn't be easy to collect. He didn't expect to succeed so easily. In the next moment, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback as he looked ahead. It turned out that there was another world behind the stone wall. Previously, because the stone wall had blocked his view, Lu Ming didn't see the situation behind the stone wall. At this moment, the first thing that came into view was a road paved with white jade. On both sides of the road stood 9 statues. There were a total of 18 statues. Some were in the shape of beasts, while others were in the shape of humans. At the end of the road there was a chair. On the chair sat a person. No, to be precise, it wasn't a person. It was also a statue. This statue was about the height of an ordinary person. It looked like it was carved out of a whole piece of fine jade. In the hand of this fine jade statue floated a black stone. Yes, it looked like a piece of black stone that was casually picked up in some mountainous area. It looked ordinary and didn't have the slightest abnormality. However, for some reason, Lu Ming's first impression was that this black stone was extraordinary. Should I go and take it? A thought came to Lu Ming's mind. Kid, hand over the stone wall for me. Behind him, Yi led his men and charged madly. However, they were still some distance away. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming made his decision. This was because the position of the white jade statue was at the very center of the training hall. Generally speaking, the thing at the very center was the best. Although Lu Ming didn't know what the black stone in the statue's hand was, it was better to get it first. Lu Ming stepped forward along the white jade path. As he walked, Lu Ming was very cautious. His mind was highly focused as he paid attention to the 18 statues on both sides. Who knew if the statues on both sides would suddenly move and attack him? It wasn't like he hadn't experienced something like this before. However, Lu Ming soon realized that he was worrying too much. He passed through several statues in a row without any abnormalities. Those statues were dead. They weren't puppets, nor were they anything else. They seemed to be just statues, motionless. Lu Ming increased his speed. Soon, Lu Ming was about to pass through the last two statues and arrive in front of the white jade statue sitting on the chair. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy shrouding him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as his expression changed. This was because this power gave off an ancient and lofty feeling, as if it belonged to the entire universe. It was unparalleled and incomparably powerful. This force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming's body. "Block it!" Lu Ming shouted. Taboo energy erupted from his body, covering his body to resist the force outside. It was strange. That surge of power was very scary, but it was not very strong. Lu Ming's taboo force supported it, and it was able to withstand it. Then that force rapidly weakened. In the next moment, that force disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming took a step forward and crossed the range of the 18 statues. He was less than 500 meters away from the white jade statue. Even in this environment, Lu Ming only needed a few steps to cross 500 meters. Lu Ming took a step forward and was already 100 meters away. He was close to the white jade statue. At this time, Yu and the others finally rushed past the range of the praying mat creatures and arrived on the white jade path. Charge! They didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the white jade path. They were naturally relieved when they saw that Lu Ming was completely fine. They rushed towards Lu Ming as fast as they could. However, when they stepped onto the white jade path, the statues suddenly moved. Chapter 4156. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two statues wielded huge battle swords and slashed at Yu and the others. "What's going on? Watch out." Yu and the others were shocked and tried to defend themselves. Yu was strong. His silver spear shot out like a bolt of lightning and collided with one of the battle swords. Boom. There was a loud boom as the statue's blade was blocked. However, the spear in Yu's hand also shook violently. He was forced to take several steps back before he could stabilize himself. Yu had blocked the attack, but the others were not as strong as him. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe joined hands and used their weapons to attack the battle swords of the statues. Then they groaned and were blown away like cannonballs. The weapons in their hands smashed onto their own bodies, creating loud booms. Fortunately, they were all wearing high-level battle suits that blocked these attacks. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. The two statues were not the only ones attacking. There were also a few beast-shaped statues. They attacked the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace with their huge claws. Those statues were extremely strong. Each of them had the strength of the third great supreme god layer. Apart from Yu, no one could block them, even if they used their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace were blown away like sandbags. Luckily, they were wearing battle clothes that could withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. That was how they managed to block the attack of the statue. They were only slightly injured. Yu was the only one who could block the attacks of those statues. "Damn it! Don't try to stop me!" shouted Yu. His body was covered by a layer of strange energy. His body suddenly became illusory. He kept flickering in the air and dodged some of the statue's attacks. Of course, he didn't dodge all of them. Some attacks were aimed at him and he blocked them with his full strength. He charged forward with all his might, dodging the statues one by one. Finally, he charged past 16 statues and arrived in front of the last two statues. Wang. At that moment, a wave of power surged towards Yu. This power was grand and ancient, causing Yu's expression to greatly change. He hurriedly used all of his strength to block it. Boom. In the next moment, this power slammed into Yu's body. Yu's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted off the white jade path and fell to the ground. The light of his battle suit dimmed, and it was clear that its energy had been exhausted. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Yu roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out how Lu Ming was able to pass through. When Lu Ming went over just now, those statues were no different from rocks and did not move at all. Why did those statues move and attack them when they went over? Also, what was with the last force? The last burst of power was grand and ancient, unfathomable. He couldn't withstand it at all, and was directly blasted out. But how did Lu Ming get past it? Lu Ming's strength was clearly not on par with his, so how could he pass through? Yi Yu couldn't figure it out. In fact, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out either. He originally saw Yi Yu rushing to the end, and was prepared to fight with him, but he didn't expect him to be blasted away. There was indeed a force between the last two statues, but he blocked it for a while, and that force disappeared. Yi Yu was stronger than him, so how could he be blasted away? He couldn't figure it out, but it was a good thing. Lu Ming smiled, turned around, and continued to walk towards the white jade statue sitting on the chair, leaving behind Yi Yu and the others with extremely ugly expressions. Recover on the spot. That brat will definitely come out later. When he comes out, it will be his death. Yi Yu said coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes extremely strong. He had already marked Lu Ming on his must-kill list in his heart. However, he didn't dare to continue on the white jade path. The energy of his battle suit had been exhausted, and it couldn't withstand the attacks of those statues. He could only recover first, and so did the others. Fortunately, there was a buffer zone between the being on the futon and the white jade path. In this area, it was safe, and they could recover in peace. While Yi Yu and the others were recovering, Lu Ming had already arrived in front of the white jade statue sitting on the chair. Lu Ming was very cautious. He carefully observed and didn't act rashly. Who knew if the white jade statue would suddenly attack, or what kind of terrifying attack it contained? The statue was the size of an ordinary person. It was a middle-aged man with a crown on his head, and it was lifelike and full of majesty. Just by looking at the statue, one could tell that the person in the statue was definitely in existence with great power. This is the core of the main training ground. Could the person in the statue be the master of the primordial celestial court? A thought surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. As soon as this thought surfaced, Lu Ming was shocked and his heart started beating violently. If it was true, it would be a big deal. The primordial celestial court was an existence that dared to challenge the heavenly palace. The master of the primordial celestial court was definitely an unimaginably powerful expert, the true overlord of the eldritch universe. If such a person left behind any treasures, it would be unimaginable. Lu Ming couldn't help but look at the black stone in the white jade statue's hand. The black stone looked very ordinary, and was no different from a random stone picked up by the roadside. However, if the statue was really the master of the primordial celestial court, then the black stone was definitely extraordinary. Is there any danger? How can I get it? Bone Demon, do you feel any danger? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Demon. I'm not sure. Bone Demon stammered. You're not sure either? Lu Ming was even more shocked. Bone Demon had always been mysterious, and he had always called himself the ancestor of the demonic way. How could he not know? I really don't know. The person in the statue is probably stronger than me at my peak. It's normal that I don't know, Bone Demon said. Lu Ming was even more shocked. This was the first time Bone Demon had said that someone was stronger than him at his peak. Could this statue really be the master of the primordial celestial court? At this moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming found that the eyes of the white jade statue seemed to be glowing with two white lights. The two white lights rotated like two vortexes. Then Lu Ming felt his head sink, and his vision fell into darkness. However, the darkness didn't last long, and light appeared again. Then, Lu Ming felt that the place he was standing in had changed. He was standing in the middle of a void. Around him were halos that danced continuously. These halos were constantly changing. Sometimes they turned into a tiger, sometimes a divine sword, and sometimes flames, ice, and so on. Chapter 4157. Lu Ming looked at the constantly changing halos around him, and widened his eyes in shock. He felt that these halos were all transformed from the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Now that he had mastered many ancient secret techniques, he was extremely sensitive to ancient secret techniques, and could easily capture the aura of the ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness, and found that there were exactly 3,000 of these halos. Lu Ming couldn't help but reach out, and try to grab a halo in his hand. However, he caught nothing and the halo flowed through his fingers. Lu Ming was disappointed. These halos weren't real, they were all illusory. These are all illusory imprints. You can't catch them, nor can you take them. At this moment, a voice sounded not far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly looked over. He found a figure in front of him. He was attracted by the halos and didn't notice this figure at all. What surprised Lu Ming was that this figure looked exactly the same as the white jade statue from before. "You are the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court?" Lu Ming couldn't help but blurt out. However, the figure shook his head and said, "I'm not the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court. To be precise, I'm the spirituality of the white jade statue you saw before." However, the white jade statue you saw was indeed carved in imitation of the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court. "I see." Lu Ming finally understood. To be precise, the white jade statue was indeed the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court. However, the figure in front of him wasn't the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court, but the spirituality of the statue itself. "Senior, where am I?" Lu Ming asked again. "You're inside the body of the white jade statue. To be precise, these are all illusory. You're not in your body, but your consciousness. Just now I pulled your consciousness in," the spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. He then asked, "Senior, why did you pull my consciousness in?" "It's very simple. I'm passing the archaic divine stone to you," the spirituality of the white jade statue said. "Archaic god stone? What is it? The black stone outside?" Lu Ming immediately thought of the black stone in the hands of the white jade statue outside, and blurted out subconsciously. "Black stone? Hee, that's a primal god stone, one of the most precious treasures in the entire universe. Do you know where the primal divine court's 3,000 primal secret techniques came from? It was comprehended from the archaic god stone," the spirituality of the white jade statue said. "What?" Lu Ming's heart was violently shaken, as if the seas and rivers had been overturned. The primeval divine court's 3,000 primeval secret skills all came from the primeval divine stone. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He used to think that the 3,000 ancient secret arts were created out of thin air by the peerless experts of the archaic divine court. Now, it seemed that was not the case at all. "Senior, are you saying that the archaic godstone contains the 3,000 ancient secret arts?" Lu Ming said, his heart beating faster. If the primordial divine stone contained the 3,000 ancient secret arts, wouldn't he have struck it rich? Wouldn't he be able to gather all the 3,000 ancient secret arts in one go? "No," the other party shook his head and said. "There is not a single ancient secret art in the primeval divine stone. Not even a single ancient secret art? Senior, didn't you say that the 3,000 ancient secret arts came from the primeval divine stone?" Lu Ming showed a trace of disappointment. The 3,000 ancient secret arts did come from the primeval divine stone, but it does not mean that the primeval divine stone contains all the 3,000 ancient secret arts. In fact, the primeval divine stone contains all the possibilities. The primeval divine stone sees the fortune of heaven and earth, mysterious and unpredictable. Its origin is unknown, as if it contains all the great Daos of the universe. Others can comprehend their own secret arts and great Daos through the primeval divine stone. In the past, the master of the primal divine court accidentally obtained the primeval divine stone. Through the primeval divine stone, he comprehended various ancient secret arts. That is how the ancient secret arts came to be. The spirituality of the white jade statue explained. Lu Ming understood. The ancient secret arts were comprehended through the primeval divine stone, and not originally contained in the primeval divine stone. In the past, the master of the primal divine court was unparalleled in talent. After he obtained the primeval divine stone, he comprehended 3,000 secret arts from the primeval divine stone. These 3,000 secret arts are collectively known as the 3,000 ancient secret arts. Later on, he established the primal divine court and passed down the 3,000 ancient secret arts to the outside world. The spirituality of the white jade statue explained. "Senior, you mean to say that there are more than 3,000 ancient secret arts that can be comprehended from the primeval divine stone?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. In theory, the primeval divine stone has endless possibilities. Comprehending countless secret arts from it depends on one's talent. The ancient secret arts that a person comprehended can be strong or weak. Some are extremely strong, while some are ordinary. For example, the 3,000 ancient secret arts. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming felt his breathing getting heavier. This was even more precious than the 3,000 ancient secret arts. As long as one was talented enough, there were endless possibilities. This was too amazing. Such a treasure could really be called one of the top treasures in the universe. Now, such a treasure was about to fall into his hands. Even with Lu Ming's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lu Ming forced himself to calm down and said, "Senior, I want to know why you imparted the primeval divine stone to me. I'm not the only one outside." With Lu Ming's intelligence, how could he not know that the other party had deliberately chosen him? Therefore, when he entered the white jade path, the statues on both sides didn't move. When the last force appeared, Lu Ming resisted it for a while before it disappeared. When Yi Yu and the others entered, they were attacked by the statues. In the end, Yi was even sent flying. Only a fool wouldn't notice such an obvious difference in treatment. The people outside are all from the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace destroyed the archaic divine court back then. This hatred is irreconcilable. Why would I choose them to help the enemy? The spirituality of the white jade statue said coldly. But I'm also from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming said. You're from the fake Heavenly Palace, aren't you? A taboo body. You're the sworn enemy of the Heavenly Palace. How could you be from the Heavenly Palace? You entered the Heavenly Palace on purpose, didn't you? I have to say, you're really brave, hee. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared at the other party and said, "How did you know?" It's normal for me to know because the master of the archaic divine court was also a taboo body. I sensed it when you entered the vicinity. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the master of the archaic divine court was also a taboo body. Chapter 4158. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectation that the master of the ancient divine court was also a taboo being. No wonder the master of the grand ancient divine court was able to comprehend 3,000 kinds of ancient secret techniques. It turns out that he has a forbidden body. Even if he comprehended so many ancient secret techniques, it would be useless. Only a forbidden body is beneficial. The more secret techniques one can comprehend, the better. Lu Ming's mind raced, and he figured out many things that he couldn't figure out. Senior, could it be that the master of the primeval divine court has truly fallen? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, he's dead. He's completely dead. There's no way he can be resurrected. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. The master of the ancient divine court, whose cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, was also a taboo being, and had mastered 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Such an existence was actually dead. In that case, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the person who could kill him was. Obviously, the master of the ancient divine court died at the hands of the Heavenly Palace. What was the origin of the Heavenly Palace? Why was it so powerful? Senior, how did the war between the ancient divine court and the Heavenly Palace break out? What was the process of the war? Also, why are the taboo being and the Heavenly Palace's sworn enemies? Lu Ming asked a few questions. He had always heard that the taboo being and the Heavenly Palace were sworn enemies. Sooner or later, they would be on opposite sides, but he didn't know why. I'm not very sure. After all, I'm just a spirituality born from a statue. When I was born, the ancient divine court had already been destroyed. The statue shook its head. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. The doubts in his heart still couldn't be answered. Senior, the ancient godstone is so precious. If you leave it here, aren't you afraid that the powerful existences of the Heavenly Palace will forcibly break in and take it away? Lu Ming asked again. The archaic heavenly stone was definitely the core treasure of the archaic celestial court. The Heavenly Palace would definitely want it. However, the archaic world was under the control of the Heavenly Palace. Don't worry. If anyone below the Divine Lord level enters the Heavenly Palace, they won't be able to take it away. If anyone above the Divine Lord level enters, they won't be able to enter. The archaic world is protected by a formation. If anyone tries to break it by force, the archaic world will self-destruct. As for me, I'll take the archaic Godstone and escape into the dark void of the universe. Alright, I've basically told you everything I wanted to tell you. I'll send you back now. After the spirituality of the white jade statue finished speaking, Lu Ming felt his vision blur. He had already left the void and his consciousness had returned to his body. That primordial divine stone is already in my mind, but this is… As soon as Lu Ming came out, he felt that something was wrong. He sensed that there was something new in his sea of consciousness, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the black stone, the primeval godstone. However, the black stone was clearly still in the palm of the white jade statue. No, the stone in the white jade statue's hand isn't real. It's just an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he realized what was going on. The stone in the white jade statue's hand was just an illusion. However, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell. If Lu Ming hadn't noticed the primeval godstone in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have been able to tell. Then, his body was enveloped by a force and disappeared from the spot. He was gone. Yi Yu and the rest watched helplessly as Lu Ming disappeared before their eyes. Bam! A burning anger exploded in Yi Yu's heart, and his eyes turned red. He had planned to block Lu Ming here, but now Lu Ming had disappeared right under his nose. His plan was foiled again. Damn it, damn it! Hurry up and recover. Let's kill our way back, Yi Yu roared. However, there was no other way. The energy of their battle suits hadn't recovered yet, so they didn't dare to retreat. If they retreated now, they wouldn't be a match for the creatures on the futons. No matter how angry and unwilling they were, they could only wait. At this moment, Lu Ming had appeared in another place. This is a dojo below. Lu Ming glanced around and found that he had returned to the dojo they had just entered. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He understood why the white jade statue had an illusion of the primeval godstone in its hand. It was to protect him. In this way, in the eyes of Yi Yu and the others, Lu Ming hadn't taken the black stone. After leaving this place, the people of the Heavenly Palace wouldn't know that he had taken the black stone, which was the primeval godstone. If the people of the Heavenly Palace found out that he had taken the primeval godstone, he would be in danger. He might not even be able to keep his life, let alone the primeval godstone. Afterward, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and saw many people searching the mountains and plains. They were all Emperor God experts from the archaic world. These people had been robbed by Lu Ming, so their insights and imprints were all in Lu Ming's hands. Now they could only search the mountains for what they had missed. Lu Ming smiled and didn't make things difficult for these people. He went back the way he had come, and went back to the great sorcerer god palace. He found that the first-class celestial soldiers had also returned. The first-class celestial soldiers were surprised to see Lu Ming come out. Previously, when they saw Yi Yu and the others chasing after Lu Ming, they thought that Lu Ming was most likely going to die. They didn't expect that he would be able to return unscathed. What a surprise! After greeting the Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master and the others, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. They didn't have to wait for long before the Emperor God experts from the archaic world returned from the great ancient dojo. When the people from the archaic world saw Lu Ming, they had mixed feelings. There was hatred, fear, and anger. Palace Master, this brat stole our insights and imprints in the great ancient dojo. Palace Master, please help us. An elder bowed to the Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master and cried out. This old man was none other than Feng He. What's going on? The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master frowned. That brat from the outside world, Mu Yin, didn't get any insights or imprints. Instead, he stole all of our insights and imprints. Feng He wept and said with a mournful face. The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master frowned slightly and looked at Lu Ming. They wanted to steal from me first. They weren't strong enough and I took it back, Lu Ming said flatly. Feng He, is that what happened? The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master looked at Feng He. Feng He stammered and didn't know what to say. After a while, he turned his gaze and said, What about them? You took the initiative to steal from them, right? Feng He pointed at the others. Lu Ming had indeed taken the initiative to steal from them. Chapter 4159. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "You people from the Archean world tried to steal my insights and markings as soon as you saw me. I didn't trust you, so I had to strike first. What's wrong? Can't I?" You are being unreasonable." Fang He pointed at Lu Ming. His body could not stop trembling. He was infuriated. "That's enough," the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said coldly. "I already know about this. Let's leave it at that. You tried to steal someone else's gains first, and then you were robbed by someone else. You can't blame anyone else for that." "Master." Fang He wanted to say more. "That's enough." The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master frowned and said in a cold voice. He was displeased. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple only cared about the results. They couldn't care less about the process. They only wanted the insights and markings left behind by the experts of the Archean Divine Court. They couldn't care less about the process. They had to give rewards anyway. They couldn't care less if Lu Ming stole someone else's insights and markings, or if someone else stole Lu Ming's insights and markings. To put it bluntly, they had to rely on their own abilities to make a living. They would give rewards to whoever obtained the insights and markings. Seeing the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master's displeasure, Fang He didn't dare to say anything else. He could only swallow his pride. "All right, now that everyone is out, let's leave this place and see what you have gained," the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said with a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes. The insights and markings in the great ancient ritual ground were too important for their Archean secret skills. They left the place and returned to the main hall of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple. "Take out your gains. I will reward you according to the previous conditions," the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. After he finished speaking, he scanned the crowd. The people from the Archean world looked pale and hesitated for a long time. Only a few of them took out a few insights and markings. The master of the Great Sorcerer Divine Temple and the other experts were surprised. Could it be that Lu Ming had snatched all their gains? They couldn't help but look forward to Lu Ming's harvest. They secretly hoped that there would be a big harvest. Otherwise, this harvest would be too miserable. Following that, the first-class heavenly soldier also took out their gains. The first-class celestial soldiers had a good harvest, which made the people of the Grand Sorcerer Temple smile. "According to our agreement, one ancient secret technique's comprehension, or imprint in exchange for one ancient secret technique. I'll give it to you." The Grand Magus Divine Palace Hall Master took out a jade box. Once the jade box was opened, balls of light flew out and flew towards the first-rate heavenly soldiers. These balls of light were the spiritual imprints of the Grand Magus Temple's elites. Each ball of light contained an ancient secret skill. These balls of light were similar to the inheritances that the youths in West Raven City had received when they received their magic inheritances. They were all mental imprints. In the end, only Lu Ming was left. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had snatched the insights and imprints of the other archaic world's elites. His harvest should be good. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out the insights and imprints he had obtained. Of course, he didn't take out the stone wall that he had obtained from the main training ground. The stone wall was too big. If he took it out, he wouldn't be able to fit it here. Even so, the eyes of the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others lit up. They were satisfied with this harvest. There were hundreds of insights and imprints of the ancient secret techniques. Not bad, not bad. Let's check, the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master said. Lu Ming took out a pile of them. They still had to check because many of them might be duplicates. Although repetition was also useful to them, their condition with Lu Ming was that the comprehension and imprint of one type of secret skill could be exchanged for one type of ancient secret skill. If they had a few comprehensions and imprints of the same secret skill, it would still be one type of secret skill. I think it's better to check and verify it later. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Wait. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others were surprised. That's right. I still have some insights and imprints left behind by the archaic Divine Court. However, they are too big to fit here. Why don't we check outside? Lu Ming said. Can't fit here? The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others looked at each other. To be honest, the area of this hall was not small. It could even fit a small hill. What exactly did Lu Ming obtain that it could not fit here? However, the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master was only surprised for a moment. He said, "Take them out and check." The group came out of the main hall. Outside the main hall was a spacious square. Everyone looked at Lu Ming curiously. They wanted to see what Lu Ming got that he needed to check outside. Lu Ming's expression was calm and unruffled. He waved his hands. Boom. The ground shook and a huge stone wall appeared in the square. This is, at the scene, when everyone saw the stone wall, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. There were many insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court on the wall. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the other strong cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Temple were breathing heavily. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the imprints on the wall. Those are the insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court, shouted a guardian of the Great Sorcerer Temple. He couldn't control his emotions. Oh my God, so many. There must be thousands of secret skills. Too many, really too many. We're rich. The other guardians of the Great Sorcerer Temple were also discussing. Those guardians were all cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. Normally, they didn't show their emotions on their faces. However, they couldn't control their emotions at that moment. Some of the guardians were even more excited when they saw the secret skills of the archaic divine court. They were all created by the secret skills of the archaic divine court, so their cultivation was different from other creatures. They could directly absorb the insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court. As long as they could absorb the insights and imprints, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The other first-grade celestial soldiers and the great supreme god cultivators of the archaic world were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming's gains were beyond their imagination. Feng He in particular had a look of deep fear in his eyes. Lu Ming's gains were so great that they could imagine how strong he was. Without strength, how could he gain anything? Phew. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master took a deep breath. He was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Little brother Mu Yun, you obtained the insights and imprints of the main training ground?" "That's right. I took all the insights and imprints from the main training ground. They're all on this stone wall," said Lu Ming. Chapter 4160. Haha, great. The Grand Magus Divine Temple Master laughed heartily. He was extremely excited and carefree. The other experts of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple were also overjoyed. Haha, with these insights and seals, the strength of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple will skyrocket. By then, it will not be difficult for us to destroy the ancient Sorcerer God Temple. That's right. By then the entire Archean world will be ours. The experts of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple laughed heartily. They were looking forward to destroying the ancient Sorcerer God Temple and unifying the Archean world. "Grand Sorcerer, let's begin the verification," Lu Ming spoke, interrupting their fantasies. "Ahaha, brother Mu Yun, you must be joking. The main thing is that your gains are amazing." The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master laughed awkwardly and sent someone to verify the gains. Soon, all the gains were verified. There were more than 1,300 types. Lu Ming had obtained more than 1,300 types of Archean secret skills and seals, which could be exchanged for more than 1,300 types of Archean secret skills. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. How many merit points could he exchange for with so many Archean secret skills in the Heavenly Palace? Of course, not all of these Archean secret skills could be exchanged for merit points. After all, the Heavenly Palace had more than 1,000 types of Archean secret skills. As long as they overlapped, they could not be exchanged. However, it was impossible for all of them to overlap. Even half of them would be amazing. Besides, even if they could not be exchanged for merit points, Lu Ming could keep them for his own cultivation. The more Archean secret skills Lu Ming had, the better. Brother Mu Yun, you have too many Archean secret skills. The total number of Archean secret skills in the Grand Sorcerer God Temple does not exceed 1,300 types. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master stuttered for a long time and said embarrassedly, You don't have 1,300 types? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. The total number of Archean secret skills in the Grand Sorcerer God Temple is only about 800 types. In fact, the ancient Sorcerer God Temple is about the same as us. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. Lu Ming understood. The Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were mainly ruled by ancient secret skills. There were not many ancient secret skills on either side. Previously, the experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had said that the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had a total of 800 ancient secret techniques. In fact, the same was true for the Great Sorcerer Temple. There were also dozens of spiritual imprints left behind by the fallen Ancient Sorcerer Temple. There were less than 900 spiritual imprints left behind by the fallen Ancient Sorcerer Temple. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. Brother Mu Yun, we can exchange the remaining items with other items. Feel free to tell us what you need, the Grand Magus God Palace Master said. Then I'll exchange the rest of my secret arts for ordinary secret arts. What do you think about ordinary witchcraft arts? Lu Ming said. Of course. The Grand Magus Palace Master agreed. They had more living creatures created by ordinary secret techniques, so they could satisfy Lu Ming's requirements. Without hesitation, the Grand Magus God Palace paid Lu Ming more than 800 spiritual imprints of ancient secret arts, and over 10,000 spiritual imprints of ordinary secret arts. Lu Ming accepted them with satisfaction. Lu Ming and the Grand Magus God Palace had gotten what they wanted. Everyone was happy. Everyone, we'll have a banquet tonight. Let's drink until we're drunk, the Grand Magus God Palace Master said. Thank you, Grand Magus. Everyone cupped their fists and left. On the other hand, Yi Yu and the others rushed back to the futon after their battle suits had recovered their energy. With so many powerful beings working together, they quickly made their way past the living beings on the prayer mats and returned to the ancient sorcerer shrine. What? The Grand Magus God Palace obtained more than 1,000 spiritual imprints left behind by the elites of the archaic divine court? The Grand Magus God Palace Master and other elites were shocked when they heard the news. Some of them even yelled. No, the Grand Magus God Palace will be much more powerful with those spiritual imprints. By then, they will be able to suppress the ancient sorcerer temple. If this goes on, we will be wiped out. We can't just sit here and wait. The protectors of the Grand Magus God Palace yelled. Grand Magus, what should we do now? Someone asked the Grand Magus God Palace Master. Kill our way to the Grand Magus God Palace. We can't drag this out any longer. The longer we wait, the worse it will be for us. The Grand Magus God Palace Master made up his mind. Although they had gained something this time, it was nothing compared to what the Grand Magus God Palace had gained. After absorbing the spiritual imprints, the Grand Magus God Palace would improve more than them. By then, they would be in a passive position. Instead of sitting here and waiting, they might be able to defeat the Grand Magus God Palace and unify the archaic divine court. Pass down my order. Gather all the elites of the ancient sorcerer temple and attack the Grand Magus God Palace. Make no mistake, the Grand Magus God Palace Master ordered. Yes, the elites of the ancient sorcerer temple immediately scattered to gather the elites of the ancient sorcerer temple. Young Master Yi Yu, I'll give you your rewards now. The Grand Magus God Palace Master took out some spiritual imprints of the archaic secret skills and handed them to Yi Yu and the others. Young Master Yi Yu, what are your plans? The Grand Magus God Palace Master asked. I want to go with you, said Yi Yu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He would never let Lu Ming off. He wanted to follow the people from the ancient Sorcerer Divine Temple to the Great Sorcerer Divine Temple, so that he could find a chance to kill Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to die tragically. Otherwise, he would never be able to quench his anger. That's great, said the Grand Magus God Palace Master happily. He knew that even though Yi Yu and the others' cultivation levels were not high, they were all peerless geniuses with terrifying fighting strength. The most important thing was that they had all kinds of treasures. Once they used them, their fighting strength would be even more astonishing. Even though they were not as strong as cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, they were still an extraordinary force. They could play a decisive role in the battle against the Grand Magus God Palace. The ancient sorcerer temple was very efficient. After a short time, almost all the troops had gathered. No matter if they were in seclusion or what they were doing, they all moved out. 800 archaic secret skills, tens of thousands of ordinary secret skills, and other strong cultivators of the archaic world. As long as they were under the ancient sorcerer temple's control, they all gathered and attacked the Grand Magus God Palace. At that moment, the Grand Magus God Palace was still celebrating. That night, the Grand Magus God Palace held a grand banquet. Lu Ming and the others all attended. After the banquet, Lu Ming and the others returned to their residences. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was a spiritual imprint of an archaic secret skill. Lu Ming held the ball of light in his hand and inserted his consciousness into it. Immediately, a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. This piece of information was the cultivation method of an ancient secret technique. Chapter 4161. Lu Ming sensed it carefully, memorizing the primordial mystic skill in his mind from this mental imprint. After a while, the spiritual imprint in his hand exploded like a firework. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This was within his expectations. He had already memorized the ancient secret skill contained in the mental imprint. Lu Ming took out another spiritual imprint and started to study it. Memorizing it in his mind was the safest way. He could exchange it with the Heavenly Palace and make a copy. Lu Ming memorized all the ancient secret skills in his mind. He could memorize several of them in an hour. He could memorize 60 to 70 of them in a day. A few days later, Lu Ming had memorized a few hundred of them. Dong, dong. On this day, Lu Ming was memorizing the primordial secret skill when he suddenly heard a violent roar. Lu Ming knew right away that this was the sound of the war drums. The war drums are beating. Is it the ancient sorcerer temple? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had expected the ancient sorcerer temple to attack. After all, he had obtained too many insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. This would break the balance between the great sorcerer temple and the ancient sorcerer temple. He believed that the ancient sorcerer temple would not sit still and do nothing. In fact, the grand sorcerer temple had also expected this. They had gathered all the elites in the grand sorcerer temple and were ready for battle. However, the grand sorcerer temple would not attack first. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for them. They would not attack first. However, since the ancient sorcerer temple was here, they could only fight. Let's go out and take a look. Since the ancient sorcerer temple was here, Lu Ming was not in the mood to continue cultivating. He left his residence and soared into the sky. He saw a large number of elites gathering in the sky and rushing out of the grand sorcerer temple. They were all elites from the grand sorcerer temple. The energy was howling and the sky was boiling. There were too many elites from the grand sorcerer temple. There were more than 1,000 God Emperor realm experts. The experts formed by the ancient secret technique were almost all emperor gods. There were about 800 of them. The rest were other living beings who had reached the emperor god realm. In addition, a large number of godly emperors rushed to the outside of the great sorcerer god temple and set up a great formation. Lu Ming also flew out and realized that there were already tens of thousands of people gathered outside the Grand Sorcerer God Shrine. At the forefront were the Great Sorcerer Divine Palace's Emperor God Realm experts. Over 1,000 Emperor Gods gathered together, and their aura was terrifying, causing the void to tremble. There was not a single sound at the scene. Everyone was adjusting their state of mind, adjusting themselves to their best state, waiting for the great battle. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull roar came from the front. Here it comes. Everyone's heart trembled. The rumbling sounds ahead grew louder and louder. Then a terrifying force surged in this direction. That energy was like a tsunami, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. It was as if it could shatter everything. Following that, large groups of figures appeared. They were from the ancient sorcerer temple. The ancient sorcerer temple also gathered tens of thousands of experts and rushed over. Boom. The experts from the great sorcerer temple also unleashed their auras. Their auras were like mountains and seas as they rushed forward and collided with the energy from the ancient sorcerer temple. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the void was blasted into chaos. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, tearing cracks in the space, like a spider web that covered the entire void. Kill. Today, we will destroy the great sorcerer temple. The ancient sorcerer temple's army let out a deafening roar. Then the ancient sorcerer temple's army rushed over. Kill. Today the ancient sorcerer temple will be destroyed. We, the great sorcerer temple, are the true rulers. The grand sorcerer temple master also let out a long roar. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. The experts from the great sorcerer temple roared. Their bodies turned into dazzling rays of light and rushed toward the ancient sorcerer temple. The experts from both sides clashed in the air. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Emperor gods against emperor gods. Emperor gods against emperor gods. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The emperor gods fought fiercely in the air, while the emperor gods fought on the lower level. The sky was suddenly filled with dazzling rays of light. How exciting! Lu Ming's eyes were like two stars as he watched the battle. It was the first time that Lu Ming had seen such a battle. This was because it was a battle of secret skills. All kinds of ancient secret skills turned into their true forms. All kinds of ordinary secret skills turned into their true forms and fought fiercely in the air. Lu Ming did not attack. The first-class heavenly soldiers did not attack either. They just stood behind and watched. Heavenly human tribe. Then Lu Ming saw Yi Yu and the others from the ancient sorcerer temple. Yi Yu and the others did not attack either. They stood behind and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The murderous intent in their eyes was obvious and undisguised. The battle became more and more intense and people started to die. The corpses of the living beings from the Archean world fell to the ground after they were killed. After those secret skills were killed, they turned into secret skill runes and floated in the air. In the sky, the secret skill runes shone with all kinds of luster. They were like sparkling stars, attracting Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. These were ordinary secret skill runes. Lu Ming could directly integrate them into his cells and reach the greater mastery level. This was very attractive to Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and performed the greater divine wind technique to the extreme. His body was like a phantom that kept flashing. Every time he flashed, Lu Ming grabbed a secret skill rune in his hand. After flashing more than 10 times, Lu Ming obtained more than 10 secret skill runes. They were all ordinary secret skill runes. With a thought, these secret skill runes were integrated into Lu Ming's cells. They were completely under Lu Ming's control and had reached the greater mastery level. This made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming continued to flash and grab the secret skill runes. Little boy, you want to die? Die. A few cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer from the ancient sorcerer shrine stared at Lu Ming and attacked him. You're the ones who want to die, shouted Lu Ming coldly. He threw a punch, and those cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer were destroyed. They turned into secret skill runes and Lu Ming put them away. Killing them is even more satisfying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He used his spiritual awareness to detect the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine. He waved his hand and released a terrifying chi. None of the godly emperors could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. All the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine exploded and turned into secret skill runes. After a short while, Lu Ming obtained 50 secret skill runes. Chapter 4162. Lu Ming fused more than 50 talismans into his cells. He could feel that the forbidden energy had become even stronger. Each of his cells had been fused with the forbidden energy. Therefore, when the talismans fused with his cells, they fused with the forbidden energy in his cells, and made his forbidden energy become even stronger. The more cells fused with the forbidden energy, the stronger the forbidden energy became. Of course, it wasn't an increase in quantity, it was a change in quality. Lu Ming was about to continue hunting for the ordinary secret skills of the ancient sorcerer shrine, when he suddenly sensed a terrifying strength above his head. It was a destructive strength. It was extremely violent, and was moving towards Lu Ming. It seemed like it could destroy everything in its path. The Great Destruction Spell. Lu Ming didn't need to look, He could sense that it was one of the ancient secret skills, the Great Destruction spell. That person had the strength of the third Great Supreme God layer. He had been fighting against the Great Supreme God layer of the Great Supreme God layer. He had probably seen Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming was extremely intense, second only to Yi Yu. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took out the Bingxian cudgel. The taboo power surged into the Bingxian cudgel crazily, and he smashed it upward. Boom boom boom. The dark ice staff and the destructive energy kept colliding, creating earth-shattering explosions. However, Lu Ming's combat power was still inferior to the other parties. The Bingxian rod vibrated violently, and a powerful force rushed into his body along with the Bingxian rod. His body shook violently as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body fell to the ground. A few strong cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were hit by Lu Ming and exploded. Let's see where you can run today. Die. The Great Art of Destruction bellowed. His body was no longer in human form. Instead, it transformed into a ball of energy. A ball of destructive energy charged toward Lu Ming. It was like a meteorite smashing toward Lu Ming. It was extremely powerful. The surrounding people, regardless of whether they were from the Grand Magus Temple or the Ancient Sorcerer Temple, were all terrified. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be dragged into the battle. Before the attack arrived, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure. Wang. Lu Ming's body trembled. The first-grade celestial soldier armor was activated, and a light barrier enveloped him. However, just as Lu Ming was about to activate his Tier 1 Heavenly Soldier battle armor, a ray of divine light suddenly shot towards Lu Ming from his left. Fast, it was extremely fast. Lu Ming couldn't dodge in time, and was directly hit by the divine light. His body shook violently, and the first-grade celestial soldier armor also shook violently, its energy dimming. One attack had consumed all the energy of the first-level celestial soldier's armor. He was a cultivator of the third Great Supreme God layer. As for the divine light, it flew back a certain distance before stopping. Only then did Lu Ming clearly see the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a beam of divine light. This was the person's true form. Could it be one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Aurora Technique? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Great Aurora Technique was one of the top 3,000 ancient secret skills. It was as famous as the Great Destruction Technique and the Great Teleportation Technique. They were all in the top 100. Obviously, the Great Aurora Technique had also reached the third Great Supreme God layer. It had destroyed the first-grade celestial soldier's armor in one attack. The Great Art of Destruction seized the opportunity and continued to attack Lu Ming. "Destruction, I'm your opponent," shouted someone furiously. It was a cultivator of the third Great Supreme God layer from the Great Sorcerer Shrine. He ran towards the Great Destruction spell, trying to stop it. However, a silver spear pierced through the air towards the cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple. It had the strength of the third Great Supreme God layer. The cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple didn't dare be careless. He had no choice but to stop and block the silver spear. "You should stay here," said a tall and slender silhouette. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His chi was incredible. "If it wasn't Yi Yu, who else could it be? You're an outsider's genius. Let me fight you," shouted the cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple as he charged towards Yi Yu. However, Yi Yu's silhouette flickered and he dodged the attack. However, when the cultivator attacked the Great Destruction Technique, Yi Yu would stop him. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming had already used the second attack of the Great Destruction Technique. This time, Lu Ming was still pushed back and coughed up blood. Without the defense of the first-grade Heavenly Soldier armor, Lu Ming could not completely block the attack of the Great Art of Destruction with the Bingxian rod alone. There would still be residual power bombarding his body. Even if he cast the Great Defense skill, he would not be able to block it and would be injured. Die. Seeing that Lu Ming was injured, the cultivator of the Great Destruction Technique became even more excited. He looked even more ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming. "I can only dodge for now. Unfortunately, it seems like I won't be able to get more talismans." Lu Ming sighed in his heart and planned to use the Great Shift Technique to dodge. It was a pity that he would lose so many talismans. However, if he stayed, he might really be killed by the Great Destruction technique. Moreover, there was the Great Aurora technique beside him. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the Great Shift technique and disappeared from where he was. However, the moment Lu Ming disappeared from the spot, the Great Aurora skill was unleashed. His form was a beam of light. Like a divine saber, it flashed and disappeared. Then it slashed at a spot in the void. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was using the Great Shift technique, felt a sense of danger. He activated the Bingxian staff with all his might and attacked in the direction of the danger. Clang! A beam of divine light struck the Bingxian staff. Lu Ming's body was sent flying out of the dark void and reappeared in front of everyone. The Great Aurora technique is so powerful that it can penetrate the dark void and attack me. Lu Ming was shocked. The Great Aurora technique directly interrupted the Great Shift technique. It seemed that no ancient secret technique was invincible and could be restrained. Die. When Lu Ming reappeared, the attack of the Great Destruction technique had already arrived. The violent and terrifying power of destruction rushed toward Lu Ming. This is troublesome. Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. At that moment, he had just used up his old strength and had yet to generate new strength. Even if he wanted to use the Bingxian staff to resist, he was powerless. The attack of the Great Destruction technique was about to land on him. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Because he felt that the archaic celestial stone in his sea of consciousness was vibrating on its own. Then, an invisible wave was emitted from his sea of consciousness. From the outside, people could only see that a black light was emitting from Lu Ming's glabella. It spread out like a wave. When this wave enveloped the Great Destruction technique, the terrifying power emitted by the Great Destruction technique dissipated at an astonishing speed. The aura of the Great Destruction technique also declined rapidly. What's going on? What's going on? The Great Destruction technique cried out in horror. Chapter 4163. The Great Art of Destruction screamed in horror as he felt an unprecedented weakness. This kind of weakness made him incomparably terrified. Lu Ming also noticed the abnormality. He felt that the Great Art of Destruction was extremely weak, even weaker than a first-layer Divine Emperor. It was as if he had become a Divine Emperor. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He waved the mysterious ice staff and attacked. Although the staff did not unleash its strongest power, it was still very shocking. The huge mysterious ice staff pressed down, causing the Great Art of Destruction to scream in horror. Ah, how is this possible? My strength, where is my strength? The Great Art of Destruction screamed in horror. He used all his strength, but he felt that his strength was extremely weak. It was many times weaker than before. He could not block Lu Ming's attack. His strength could not withstand a single blow from the mysterious ice staff, and he was forced to retreat. With a loud bang, the mysterious ice staff landed on the Great Art of Destruction, causing a huge explosion. The mysterious ice staff was directly destroyed, leaving a secret skill rune floating in the air. The secret skill rune shone brightly, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the secret skill rune formed by the Great Art of Destruction. Let go of me! Let go of me! The voice of the Great Art of Destruction came from the secret skill rune, but the voice was filled with horror. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him, and kept it in his storage ring. This is... Not far away, the Great Art of Extreme Light saw this scene, and was completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Why did the Great Art of Destruction suddenly become so weak? Where did his strength go? Why was he killed by Lu Ming in one move? What was going on? At this moment, Lu Ming had his eyes on him. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes shone with intense excitement and anticipation. He controlled a strand of forbidden energy, and inserted it into the primordial spiritual stone in his sea of consciousness. Buzz! The primordial spiritual stone trembled slightly, and a wave of ripples spread out. Swish! Lu Ming used the Great God Wind technique, and continued to rush towards the Great Art of Extreme Light. You're courting death. Seeing Lu Ming take the initiative to attack, Aurora's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. He was about to attack Lu Ming. But at this moment, the primordial God Stone emitted a wave of energy that enveloped the ultimate Aurora technique. Instantly, the ultimate Aurora technique felt his strength draining away rapidly, and his aura weakened rapidly. How did this happen? What's going on? The great Aurora Technique's heart shook violently. He was almost scared to death. He wanted to retreat, but his strength was too weak at the moment. Even his speed was much slower. He couldn't avoid Lu Ming's attack at all. Bang! The mysterious ice staff pressed down, and the greater Aurora Technique directly collapsed, turning into a secret technique rune. Lu Ming had only activated a trace of the mysterious ice rod's power, and had not used his full strength. In fact, Lu Ming felt that there was no need to use the ice sky staff at all. After all, the fluctuations of the primeval godstone had weakened his opponent to the point of being like a god emperor. Lu Ming could easily kill a divine emperor with a single strike. With a wave of his hand, he put away the secret technique rune formed by the ultimate Aurora Technique. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora Technique were both ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. They were extremely mysterious and powerful. With the secret technique rune, as long as it was integrated into one's cells, one would be able to reach the beginner level and master these ancient secret techniques. So, the primeval godstone can suppress these ancient secret techniques. No wonder the people from the Sorcerer God Temple couldn't enter the great ancient dojo. Perhaps it has something to do with the primeval godstone. Lu Ming's mind raced as he roughly guessed the reason behind this. However, no one else knew that Lu Ming had the primeval godstone. Everyone who saw Lu Ming killing the great art of destruction, an ultimate Aurora Technique consecutively was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this guy be so powerful? Yi was also filled with doubts. He knew very well how powerful the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora Technique were. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora Technique. At most, he would be able to tie with them. However, Lu Ming could easily kill the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora Technique. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could easily kill him too? At the thought of this, he felt a chill in his heart and broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but retreat quickly to distance himself from Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. At this moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. His eyes were as bright as stars as he glanced at the other secret techniques. Then he used the great teleportation technique and appeared among the group of ordinary secret techniques in a flash. The primeval godstone between his eyebrows emitted waves of energy and shrouded the ordinary secret techniques. Immediately, the aura of these ordinary secret techniques weakened rapidly. They were only at the divine emperor realm. Now they were even more vulnerable. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed out violently. Of course, he was targeting the secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer God Temple, and not the great Sorcerer God Temple. Bang bang bang. These ordinary secret techniques were no match for Lu Ming. Their bodies kept exploding and turning into talismans. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected them all. At this moment, Lu Ming had attracted everyone's attention, including those who were fighting in the sky, such as the ancient Sorcerer God Temple's leader. "I'll kill him," shouted a white-haired old man coldly. He took a step forward and dashed towards Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing and his aura was terrifying. Wherever he passed, the empty space became chaotic. How strong! He has the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was taken aback. There was a grave expression in his eyes. That was definitely a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. His aura was terrifying. He was much stronger than a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming wasn't sure if he could defeat him. Even though the primeval godstone could suppress cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, could it suppress cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer? The old man was too fast. He was already 100 li away from Lu Ming. A terrifying attack was already moving towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't dodge the attack of a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. Even if he used the great teleportation technique, it would be useless. Now he could only risk it. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He didn't retreat. Instead, he dashed towards the old man. The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was stupefied. He looked worried and worried. But at that moment, there was no way out. Boom! The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer released his strongest attack. That attack was terrifying. Ordinary cultivators of the third great supreme god layer would have been crushed into pieces in front of that attack. At that moment, the primeval godstone released some chi. When the chi passed by the primeval godstone, it was like a snowflake touching a flame. It melted and disappeared. At the same time, the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was also surrounded by the primeval godstone's chi.